pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantic. Fire downside, FD off. FD off.
Yikes. You bet. Okay. We don't need any more of these.
Please work. Do I have audio? Whew. Okay, it looks like there's audio going through. Let us know. Can you hear me right now, folks? We should be live. You should be able to hear me. Hopefully, you can see and hear me right now. Testing out new technology, as always. We are always testing out new technology here. So we'll see if this works or not, or if the camera works or whatever. We'll see. I don't know. It's all good for y'all. Okay. Good. You hear me? All right. So we are here today. My name is Das. Actually, my name is John Galloway, but we will be hanging out here for some stuff from Boca Chica, Texas this evening. A little bit choppy video. All right, let's see if we can fix that as well. As always, we're always trying to level up our game. And if we're getting a little bit of choppy video, that may not be completely unexpected. Let me see if I can clean that up for us here. Let's just see if that is going to be a little bit better. So this should hopefully be less choppy as we work through this. But like it says right here, we've got SN5 out there in Boca Chica, and they're going to be doing a cryo proof test. Like it says, proof test right there. They're going to be putting some liquid nitrogen in there tonight, running it to some cryo temperatures, and see if it holds. See if it holds. That's going to be the plan. We already have a live feed from Boca Chica. So let me see if I can grab that live feed from Boca Chica real quick, because Mary is out there. Let me see just quickly. There we go. Show me Boca Chica. All right. That's Boca Chica as well. So whew, that part worked as well. I don't know if the video is still coming through choppy or anything like that, but I'm going to have to keep... It actually does. I think that it's too terribly fantastic. But we'll see. Mostly what we're going to be doing tonight is watching this right here. And we will have some people contemplating what is happening at Boca Chica with us this evening. So go ahead and welcome the rest of the NASA spaceflight team, starting with Jack. Jack, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing great. I just had some dinner and I had some coffee, and I'm wide awake and ready for a long night of testing, although hopefully it's not too long.
Yeah, I agree with that. Do y'all hear Jack there? Can you hear Jack whenever he's talking? That is my question. Do we need to turn him up, turn him down, etc., etc.? What do we need to do?
This is my voice. Check, check. Hey, do I sound okay? Let me know if I don't sound okay.
Nice. So everybody says they hear you. Hear Jack. Sounds good. Jack's 5x5. All right. Good deal. And then also... courtesy, bringing us the live feed from Boca Chica. Of course, we've got Boca Chica gal out there. Let's hope that we still have Mary on audio. Mary, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to see some testing tonight.
Oh, I think we all are. Chat, how is Mary's level? Can you all hear Mary okay? Do we need to turn her up, turn her down? She sounded great here. It sounded good. So,
and we haven't interrupted. We have a vehicle leaving the pad.
Oh,
so
good.
That's a good sign.
Dude, it wasn't even your turn to talk yet. I was trying to get to introduce you, but you're just jumping out of line. The third voice you heard there, that was Michael Baylor, another one of our hosts and our web technology extraordinaire person in the background here. So, Michael, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing well, and hopefully we will see a cryogenic proof test in the next not too distant future.
Yeah, gotcha. So that right there is Michael. And then, like I said, my name is John Galloway. I am over here hosting as well as we sort of stand by and see what is going on at Boca Chica. So just let us know that everything's working correctly. I'm going to bring it up and make sure that I see everything correctly. But it looks like we are ready for this tank to get filled up slowly but surely. If you're having any trouble, let me know. If you're getting a choppy video or something like that, let me know. I see it coming through nice and smooth. That doesn't necessarily mean that everybody is going to see that. There you go. Video's good now. It's not choppy anymore. All right, cool. All right. Again, every time we do this, we're trying to test out new technology stuff, see if it works, see if it doesn't work. We try to test some things in the background a lot of times, but sometimes you just got to go live and you just got to see what works or not. So we are going to be hanging out here most of the time, seeing what's happening at Boca Chica. Okay. Did we just lose somebody? Or is everybody still here?
That my preview is frozen, but that's not a big problem.
Okay.
That was troubleshooting.
Yep, sounds good. All right.
It's not frosty, is it? There looks like there's a difference in color of the rings on the bottom of the methane
That's
tank.
a reflection, I think.
Reflection. Okay, noted.
Yeah. Huh. But Jack, is your preview? This is not affecting the actual stream.
No,
Jack,
it's not.
Is your preview frozen?
Let me check. And some people are saying echo. I don't know. I'm not hearing any echo. Doesn't mean it's not happening.
My sound is apparently low DOS.
Okay, we'll turn you back up some.
Yeah, I guess my preview's frozen, from what I can tell.
All right. Let me see if there's something on that shouldn't be on right now. No, I don't see anything that should be causing an echo. A lot of people are saying there's an echo, but I'm not sure where that's coming from. Huh.
Is there any echo on my voice? Check, check. Anybody? This is Jack. Hello. Hopefully no echo for me. People are saying no echo anymore. No echo. It's echo in.
Some person's echoing, other people aren't echoing. Yada yada
Yeah,
yada.
this is like.
It may have reverted back to the same problem that we had before. How one is coming in and the other one's not, and then it magically cleared up, and then it magically went away. So what we're going to do, we're just going to revert back to our normal way of doing things, and we'll continue to test that video feed, okay?
Okay, should I kill it?
Yeah, you can go ahead and kill that. And we'll just go back to the other thing that we know works. So again, like I said, y'all, we always test out new things to see if it's going to work or not. Now we should be back in a mode where we don't get any sorts of echo. There we go. Now we shouldn't get any echo at all. That should be good. And we'll continue to figure out what was happening there. We had to shut everything down. Yep. Nope. Nothing's echoing at all right now. I guarantee you that it's not possible for anything to be echoing.
1, 2, 3, 4. Check.
Yeah. So the same thing that one source was picking it up double. So maybe we're going to have to go with a delay on the audio instead of separating the audio and video feeds. We'll play with that again in the future. But
no worries.
That was sort of not working particularly well.
You're juggling like 20 toasters with everything going on. So you tried to add in another toaster, and it's okay. We'll figure out the 21st toaster later.
And we still have everybody here, right? We still have Michael. We still have Mary. All right. So now I'm just going to go ahead and disable all of those other things so that we don't have any problems with them tonight. And we will continue on with the stream as normal. So what are we expecting to see here tonight? Jack, Michael, what do we think we're going to see? What's a cryo test? Like, what's the difference between an ambient test and a cryo test?
Well,
Michael, do you want to take it?
Go for it. How about the chat reports if my audio is now at a good level? So I'll wait to see what the chat says, and then if my audio is good, I will give an answer.
You sound good to me.
If my audio is not good, we'll have DOS give an answer.
You're jumping to the appropriate level on Discord, so it looks like your audio should be balanced.
People are saying I'm good. Okay, so the answer.
Yeah.
So if you were following the Twitter updates you're putting out, they did do an ambient pressure test already this evening, which is not that exciting to watch. It's basically where they pressurize the vehicle with room temperature nitrogen, and when that happens, it doesn't get frosty. So there's not really anything to see until they end the test and vent the gas out. So we did see a brief bit of venting about maybe an hour and a half ago. And then the pad teams returned to the pad. We saw maybe 2 or 3 vehicles head to the pad. And it looks like those vehicles have now left the pad. I'm not sure if there still is a vehicle at the pad or not. That's kind of the hard thing to know for sure right now. But we are expecting them to proceed with a cryogenic proof test tonight. And that's where they load liquid nitrogen into the vehicle and pressurize the Starship up to flight pressures. And the liquid nitrogen, being at cryogenic temperatures puts the vehicle into the same type of conditions that it would experience when it's preparing for launch. So by using nitrogen instead of liquid nitrogen or liquid methane and oxygen propellants like they would when they're doing engine testing and a flight test, they use liquid nitrogen because it's inert. So if the vehicle has a problem during this proof test, it will not explode. It will just be a big, pop and a lot of gas being released, but we will not see an explosion tonight. So that's why they're using liquid nitrogen to first verify that the vehicle is, structurally sound ahead of the upcoming Raptor tests that we expect to happen in the next week or two.
Gotcha. So here's another one. Everybody's going to ask about this, I think, all night. So we're just going to get this out of the way now, and then we're going to answer it over and over and over again. Dylan Schiff asked, why does Starhopper have lights? It looks like the police have pulled up and parked underneath Starhopper. You see the red and blue or red and purple lights there, sort of left-hand side of your screen. Does anybody know why there's red and blue lights on Hopper?
I don't think we know, but I think the current best theory, and maybe we do know, I could be wrong. I think the leading theory I've heard or read so far is that they're anti-turtle lights, which is just fun to say. Anti-turtle lights, yeah, correct.
Anti-turtle lights? What?
Yeah, I mean, on the fencing there, at the launch site, I think there's a couple like sea turtle nesting area signs even.
Yeah.
So I don't know where even I saw that theory, whether it was the NSF forums or Twitter or what have you, but it would make sense to me that they're anti-turtle lights, but I have no idea. And Mary and I were talking earlier. I don't know if we have audio with Mary right now. Hey, Mary, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So we were talking earlier about that purple light. It almost looks like a black light or something, and I think we were both kind of thinking that might be new, but we're not sure. Was that correct, Mary?
Right. Yeah, I haven't noticed it before. When I can, I'm going to go down there and check it out.
Yeah, please do. It looks super cool with the two different color temperature lights on there, like the red and the purple together. Starhopper just looks like so sci-fi. It's hilarious. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah,
And
I don't know. That's the leading theory that I've heard, Das, is that it's an anti-turtle thing.
Turtle lights.
Yeah, it's just fun to say. I'm gonna keep saying it, anti-turtle lights. And whenever we get that question and we field it, I'm not gonna be grumpy because I'll be able to say anti-turtle lights.
Anti-turtle lights.
Yeah.
That'd be really interesting to talk with like a marine biologist and ask like, oh yeah, in industrial areas they put up these lights of a certain frequency because it scares the turtles off or whatever. I'd never heard of that before, so that's cool.
Just quickly, if you look right below Starhopper, we're seeing venting from the tank farm now.
Yep.
I was rewinding the video, and that appears to be relatively new, so that's a promising sign.
Gotcha. So here's another thing I think. One of the rings on SN5 clearly looks different. Is that thing already frosted up? Is that a different type of steel? Why is that one ring? I mean, it looks like it's already covered in ice, but clearly that can't be the case. What's going on there?
It is just different. If you look back on pictures, there's one ring that is different.
Okay. So that was just ever since they welded it together, that ring has sort of been just had a different finish on it, a different sheen.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, for whatever reason, I don't know.
Based on its position, sorry, it might be the place where the common bulkhead is.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Like the divider between the methane and LOX tanks.
Gotcha. Huh. All right. Well, we'll continue on and grab some more questions. Hey, it's a couple super chats really quickly. Kazmasters, what's up, NASA spaceflight team? Ready for another test session? Woot. Is that how you pronounce that? Woot?
Yeah.
Woot. Thanks.
Although I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say it out loud in real life.
Out loud? Well, there's that one place you can buy stuff. It's like the shopping site called Woot.
Oh yeah, I think it still exists.
I've seen sort of like a Woot, like WEWT, but that one right there, the Woot, has an extra O in it, so we'll roll with it. Kazmaster, we appreciate you. Gerg says, just the $20 super chat and says, Mary, I love you. I think we all love Mary. We wouldn't have this video without Mary being out there. So Mary, thank you very much, as always, for being out there and braving the grass waving in front of the camera. Mary, what's going on with the grass there?
It's grown.
It grows.
It's just gotten taller. Yeah.
So this is your normal spot, right?
Yeah, my usual spot.
In just the summer grasses have grown into our camera shot. But you were about to go tromping out there to try and like knock the grass down or something, but I think something stopped you, right?
Oh, many cactus.
So we did think, chat, about clearing those wavy grasses from in front of the camera right there, but there's a bunch of cactus out there, and also it's dark. And we all love Mary so much, so we are not going to ask her to go tromping around in the cactus field in the dark. I think that's a fair thing to say, right, Mary?
Exactly. And it
I
might
don't.
be not so good during daylight hours. There's a lot of cactus right here.
Oh, geez. Somebody recommended a flamethrower. Maybe Elon can get us one of those not a flamethrowers, and you could. Please don't do that. Let's not do that. That would like start a grass fire or something.
I don't think the grass really degrades the image. I mean, John Krause would certainly be proud. He's a big fan, I know, of putting a little bit of nature in the shot. So
It's now
it works.
The entire tank farm is venting from the grass now. Oh, geez. A couple more super chats. Multi-Space Industries, welcome back. Thank you for the super chat. Aces, I don't know if it's dawn or down, one way or the other. This one says, Mary, this one's for you. You're amazing. You get footage during the day, and yet here you are again covering the test at night, sometimes overnight. You are amazing. Thank you, Mary. That is from Aces. I'm going to go with Aces down one right there. Thank you so much for those kind words, Aces.
Yeah.
Gosh. And then the last one there, Rough Rider Show. Surprisingly, that's not about me downloading Mac stuff. That says, thanks for the stream again, guys, and thanks, Mary. So Rough Rider Show, thank you for the super chats there as well. So super chats keep on coming in. We'll see if we can get a flamethrower to take out the grass. I just made that up. We're probably not going to. It's like a wildlife area or something, and there's houses nearby. We're not flamethrowing that grass. Just saying. So as we hang out here this evening, if you have questions for us, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight, and we will toss those questions into a queue and see if we can come through them. We've already answered the first one about the lights on Hopper. I'm going to keep grabbing another couple things into the queue here and see if we can answer a couple. Here's one from Wes. And Wes says, another theory I've heard is that it's infrared for detecting gas. So this must be about the lights on Hopper. I'm not sure how that would work, but Wes has seen somebody talking about the lights on Hopper being infrared for detecting gas. Has anybody heard anything like that?
No, that's new to me, but I mean, it's plausible. I will say though, I think in photos that Mary took either 2 days ago or 3 days ago, something like that. It was one of the videos that Brady edited. There was photos of all the cameras and whatnot on Starhopper. Great photo, by the way, Mary.
Yeah.
But there was two distinctly visible thermal imaging cameras on there, like straight up FLIR cameras, if I'm not mistaken. Next to all like the standard like cliche security camera looking cameras, there's also, it almost looked like a periscope or something. I'll try and see if I can find that image and throw it in Control Center. We'll throw it up at some point. I know I don't mean to make you scramble for a thing that's not on screen right now, but yeah. So I wouldn't surprise me if they had some kind of thermal imaging set up there, but I don't know why they would need lights for it. But I'm also not a weird. I'm also not a super crazy like chemical engineer, or I don't deal with that stuff every day. So there could be that sort of thing that I'm not aware of.
Yeah, I think there's another couple clues we could have. A lot of times infrared light is visible to cameras. So a trick you can play, get your TV remote control, get your cell phone, and look at the end of your TV remote control through your cell phone camera. Your cell phone camera doesn't have an IR filter on it, so you won't be able to see your TV remote with your naked eye, but your cell phone camera can. So it's possible that a camera could see lights that we don't see. Maybe those red lights aren't visible. Mary, do you actually see red lights on Hopper?
Yes.
Like with your Mark I eyeball, no camera, no phone or anything like that, you see red lights on it, right?
Yeah.
So I think
Yep.
that's a good indication that that is actually in the visible spectrum, not in the IR spectrum, because Mary can see the red lights there. So this isn't a trick of the camera picking up some IR emitter that you can't see in real life. Those are actually red lights. So like we were saying, an IR camera, even if an IR camera had an illuminator on it, you wouldn't see it with the naked eye, and Mary can see those lights with the naked eye. So I don't think that those are going to be anything about
Yeah.
illuminating IR or anything like that, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, just sort of working through the data we have available. You know, our roadside rocket science here, we don't have an official word from SpaceX on exactly what's going on there, but we can sort of guess based on what we know about physics and lights and cameras and all sorts of stuff what may be going on there. So I bet you they do have IR cameras on there, but I don't think that we're seeing any visible indications from here of those
Yeah,
IR.
I don't think they would be necessary specifically for looking at the vehicle. I mean, the IR camera would be able to do what it needs to do just looking at the vehicle by itself
Yep.
without any illuminator. Yeah, so. Oh,
Yep.
wow. Ryan S., thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That's really awesome of you. Ryan says, shout out to the SpaceX crews for repairing the pad area and getting SN5 ready in about a month's time. Also, thanks NSF for all the great videos. Loving the annotations. Well, thank you so much, Ryan S. That's really nice of you to say, honestly, to the SpaceX crews, because we all know how hard they're working. And thank you for the kind words about our videos. A lot of work goes into them from Mary and everyone else on the back end. And so thank you. It's appreciated. That's a really huge help.
Jack's not going to toot his own horn, but those annotations, the little indicators that pop up in the international orange with a little dot on the end, Jack, those things have certainly taken the videos to a next level because we have the fantastic visuals from Mary, and then we get a little bit of context as to what's going on the screen while we watch them, right? So those were sort of your brainchild, and they are absolutely fantastic. They add so much educational material, I guess, just information to the videos. They're fantastic, dude.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I watch the videos like repeatedly just because they're satisfying to me. I'm that much of a dork.
Nice.
But yeah, you know, it's also I just want to make sure I don't mess anything up. I want to make sure I catch any errors and don't do them again. So it's kind of like a weird nerd obsession for me. But hey, you got to do what you love. So
Whoa!
I'm just happy that
Farm.
Whoa, look at that.
You see that?
That's just this. Okay, that's the standard. We've seen that before. That's a gas cloud lit by a yellow floodlight. It's not fire. It
Yeah.
looks like fire. It's not fire.
There was like a big double vent or something too.
Yeah,
that came from
it was happening for about a minute. On and
yeah.
off. I was about to say something, but I didn't want to interrupt Jack's amazing spiel about his editing.
You should have, honestly. I wish you had now.
So again, y'all, there is no yellow gas, right? There's a light behind the venting there, and it's illuminating some of the vapors in a yellow color. That's not a yellow gas, all right? We're not in China right now. We're in South Texas. That is just normal vapors that are forming. It's condensation that's being lit up by a yellow light, all right? Just to clear up what we're seeing there. And then honestly, if we get enough vapors, we maybe get some red and blue vapors as well. It's like
That'd be really cool.
4th of July vapor farm here. Do we think there's any frosting happening on SN5 yet or no?
Mary?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm sort of squinting. Maybe somebody could rewind and go forward again, but I don't see. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Do the rewind trick. See what we see.
I'm not seeing anything.
All right. Here's another super chat. CG Fly 1. Thanks for the stream. Good luck for SN5 and thanks, Mary. There you go. Thank you, CG Fly 1. We appreciate the support there as well.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just sort of squinting down to see do we see anything? There's not going to be a flare stack. Is the flare stack going right now, Mary? Can you see anything about it?
No, there's no flare stack going.
Did they replace the flare stack? Like they repaired it? We saw some people out there working around it after it got sort of slapped around.
Yeah, they replaced it. Well, I think it must be the same one. It's not like a brand new one. So
yeah, they like straightened it up or something.
Yeah.
Gotcha. But we don't expect to see any flaring happening right now. This is not a test where they're using the liquid methane. They're not fueling the rocket. They're putting an inert gas in it to test it at cryo temperatures to make sure that it holds before you start putting a little bit nastier stuff in there, maybe something that can do a big fuel air detonation like we saw, right, Jack?
Oh man, that was insane. I'm
Yeah.
just glad that nobody was hurt.
Yeah.
That's about the worst. I mean, when Mary, every time there's a test, when you get that warning notice that talks about the pressure wave and all that stuff,
Mm-hmm.
that's basically exactly the scenario that they're talking about in that or one of the worst case scenarios that they're talking about in that letter. It's a perfect fuel air mixture and detonation of that mixture, because that's the most energetic, I think, energetic event you can get out of what they're doing there. So that's basically worst case scenario. So we don't want to see an SN4 situation or anything like it happen again. That was hopefully a one-time only deal, and that would be great. As spectacular as it was to see, that was not fun really at all to watch. And I'm sure there was a lot of people at SpaceX that had bad days and maybe bad couple weeks because of that.
Yeah, gotcha. And we got a lot more questions. There's a lot of super chats coming in. Let's hit some regular questions here real quick, and then we'll circle back over to the memberships and super chats and stuff. Kazmasters, we were just talking about the flare stack. So is there any word on Elon's grand design to recapture or recondense the methane? Have we seen any new equipment? Have we seen a big solar farm or something like that? Do we have any indication that that's moving forward? Mary, have you seen anything?
I haven't seen anything.
Okay.
But-
Go ahead, Jack.
There's been a couple different like odd pieces of equipment that have been delivered to the site, the launch site, that I think some people have speculated might be part of the recondensing system.
Right.
But I don't think we've seen anything definitive or conclusive, or at least I haven't. So I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It might be still in work, or oh wow, lots of activity at the tank farm, which makes me happy.
Yeah, look at that. It's all sorts of different colors there now. It looks really cool.
It really does.
I think one more comment on the flare stack. I don't think that the flare stack's ever going to completely go away, because the flare stack is an emergency thing. So if you need to rapidly depressurize, that's something that refineries have. And I don't think with whatever sort of fancy condensing apparatus, reclamation of methane, yada, 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 I still think that you'll probably see a flare stack there, because if something happens and they need to rapidly depressurize some part of that tank farm, that's what that flare stack is for. You don't just release methane into the atmosphere, you burn it off. And that's when we get those big, all of a sudden the flare flares up like crazy. So I don't think we're seeing the end of the flare stack, but we'll continue snooping around and see if we can see any methane condensation materials. Jack, whenever you see those, just label them, put the little indicator with the little dot, and you know what I mean.
Oh, I will. I really try. That's kind of half the fun for me now of editing the videos, is trying to find things that I haven't labeled yet that are informational or interesting, that you might overlook or not notice otherwise. It's really it's a challenge at this point, even just a weekend, but it's fun and I like it.
Gotcha. So here's another one. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can continue the questions. I was just going to say we had a super generous super chat. I know we were
Oh,
trying
Luke
to...
Turner.
I know. Oh, just jump on it. Luke, thanks for all the content. Also, Mary is amazing. Love the daily content from Boca Chica. Luke Turner, we appreciate the generosity there. Thank you so much for that. Yes, we do appreciate it.
Seriously, Luke, thank you. That's super generous. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Alrighty. So
sorry, Doc. You were trying to balance it all, but I saw $50 come in, and I thought
I know.
worth interrupting for.
It's like there's so many super chats I can't even answer the questions. Like, God, people, seriously.
It's a really good problem to have, though, especially when we're pumping 1080p 60 frames a second video up, on cell phone plans. So thank you, everybody.
That's a lot. Let me check it right quick. Yeah, everything's nominal right now. All 4 modems are chugging along, each one doing about a megabyte per second. So we'll be pushing 4 gigs an hour. Yeah, not bad. I don't know if I just did the math there correctly, but here is another one. We can do this one really quick. PC Trojan, is there a Raptor hooked up to SN5 yet? No. Nope. There's a fake Raptor, a thrust simulator, right?
Yep, correct.
But there is no raptor underneath there. And I guarantee you, when a raptor starts to go, Mary is like the raptor chaser extraordinaire. So whenever a raptor gets brought down the road in a forklift or whatever to get installed, you know that Mary will sniff that out and go chase it down for us, right, Mary?
I certainly try.
Oh, try and do. I mean, I think to this day, our best photos of a raptor have come from you and perhaps
Yeah.
Elon, but that's basically it. So thank you for. I think one day you waited out there for like 6 hours or 8 hours just for the raptor to go
Yeah.
by,
Right. I know.
but worth it because holy cow, those photos! Holy cow!
Yep.
Well,
I
they're
can grab.
just so cool to capture.
They really are. I
It's
think you
pretty
have
much the coolest thing on site. I mean, of anything, is the Raptor engine, and the whole Starship's super heavy system is built around that engine. And yeah, to see one there, it's just kind of like seeing the heart of the vehicle, or the not the brain, I guess, heart, whatever. It's really cool to see.
Yep. Here's another one we can do really quickly, and I'm trying to get some easier questions here. Astro Matthew says, I think I see a small drone above SN5. It's a small light. We actually think that's a star, because every now and then when the camera gets bumped a little bit, it moves. So at first we thought it might be a froze pixel, like a stuck pixel or something, but we sort of look at that and think it's a star. Mary, can you still see that out there?
Well, not with my naked eye, I can't, but I can see it on the camera.
Yeah. Every now and then if we bump the camera a little bit, it moves, right?
Right.
So we do see that little dot up there, but we're not exactly sure what that is. But thank you for noticing. We don't
I
think
think it might
that's
be I think
Well-
it's a hot pixel. That's my prediction. And I think why it moves sometimes is the optical or the stabilization of the camera. Moving
that would
so
make sense.
Plausible. Yep.
Yeah.
we're using a DSLR to stream this, and we have seen on previous nighttime testing the sensors. DSLRs, as Dawson would say, are not meant to be streaming cameras,
They're
but
hideous.
we are using it to stream, and it has a nice big lens on it. So there's some advantages and some disadvantages, but there might be a couple of extra stars added to our scene. We'll say that, but it's nothing to worry about. It'll be fine.
The long and short of it is that we can fake like a $10,000 professional video camera with a not $10,000 DSLR. So that's sort of where we are with that, instead of having a big massive TV camera there. Let's see here. Oh,
I mean,
real
is it even really faking anything? Because with a big, massive TV camera, we'd still be sending the signal the same way. So
yeah.
I don't know. I'd argue our setup is pretty flawless, even though DSLRs aren't built for this.
They just overheat less, I think.
Yeah, you know that's fair.
Really quickly, here's one. Benjamin, were the fairings caught in today's launch? So this is talking about that GPS-3 launch earlier today. I don't believe those fairings were caught in the air, but they were fished out, right, y'all?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the status of like what condition they were recovered in, but I believe they were pulled out of the water. But I mean,
Gotcha.
it's not they are expected to recover them in some form because they have GPS sensors on them and whatnot. It's
Yep.
more a matter of if they recovered them in one piece or if there's like a chunk taken out of it. So I don't know the status of what shape they were recovered in.
Gotcha. But they did not catch them while they were airborne. At the best,
And
they
they did
fished
not.
out of water.
Yeah, they did not attempt to catch them. They were planning on fishing them out to begin with.
Gotcha. All right, cool. Okay, now we can do some super chats.
Finally,
Baseball.
I'm waiting for this for 30 minutes. I'm just kidding.
Jack, you want to run through some super chats? Do you have the interface up?
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, do it, dude.
All right. Let's see. Base boil. Base boilog.
That's why I give it to you.
Yeah, thanks. 420, 60 frames per second looks fantastic. I would agree. Thank you for the $4.20. 60 frames per second does look fantastic. I'm so freaking happy that we were able to get 60 frames per second, 1080 up and running, and it looks so great. It's I mean, I don't have any words. It's just great. Let's see. Trent Thomas, 1111. We got this. Thanks for the 1111 super chat. American dollars. Let's see. TSF PC Trojan. I feel like I might have just hacked my computer by saying that out loud, or Siri is going to like do evil things now to my contacts or something. Thanks for the $5, TCF Trojan. They ask, do they have plans on moving the COPVs? Oh, it just disappeared from my view.
Oh
Hang
yeah.
on a second. It does that when it's like going into the queue. Hang on, let me kill this one. There.
There you go.
They ask, do they have any plans on moving the COPVs to the inside of the craft or just placing them there for testing purposes now? That's a really good question. So the COPVs, if you don't know, are the black hot dog looking things on the sides of the vehicle. You can see them if you're looking at the SN5 right now. There's a long one on the lower right side, and then above that there's a shorter one, and then basically 180 degrees opposed from that on the other side of the vehicle there's a couple. And those are, you can think of it like a scuba tank wrapped in carbon fiber. It's just a high pressure gas container. And yeah, I don't know if they'll be moving those in tanks because that's how they are on a Falcon 9. My gut is that they're on the outside right now as they are because they're easy to access and easy to work on for any kind of troubleshooting or any kind of tweaking for a certain test for this or that they want to do. That's why they're on the outside right now. So I think they would move them on the inside for, as they get further along building the vehicles. The confounding variable there is this vehicle, Starship, is supposed to have a autogenous pressurization system, which means, I think, right, no COPVs and no additional gases used on the vehicle besides just methane and liquid oxygen. So, oh, look at that little, it's doing little poofs, doing little venting poofs. So yeah, it's a technical term. It's a very technical, it's a rocket science thing. So, so yeah, I don't know if they might be deleted at some point rather than moved inside the vehicle. I honestly don't know, or if they are retained. I don't know whether they'd be moved inside or what. That's a very good question. I don't know if you guys have a different thought or thinking or whatnot.
No, I mean, I think once they start flying, they're definitely going to move them inside because you've got to protect them during reentry. So the final design of Starship is going to have them inside or not at all, right?
Yeah, correct.
Sorry, I have to interrupt. The vehicle is now venting. I just saw a puff about 10 seconds ago.
Oh,
yeah, it's doing little toots.
Yep.
Huh.
So the cryogenic proof test has begun. They're first going to fill it with liquid nitrogen, and then they will let it pressurize, and hopefully when they ram it with the thrust simulator at the bottom of the vehicle, everything will be fine. The vehicle will withstand the forces. But we're also seeing venting at the bottom now. If you look closely at the bottom of the vehicle, you can see some venting coming out there. So definitely, at least, I don't know if that's venting or condensation, but this vehicle is starting to get cold.
Yeah,
So,
look at that. Good eye.
Yep. Cool. So we're gonna see something going on here shortly. Hopefully, we'll continue to watch as we answer questions and stuff.
Mary, are you able to hear those little toots or little puffs that it's doing?
I can.
Is it just like
all of a
sudden or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Alrighty. So we still have quite a bit of time, probably. It's a process, and they have to fill that. I mean, they fill it all the way up, right? That's a lot of liquid nitrogen to put in those tanks. This isn't like a little test tank. Like, what was it? What was the one we popped the other day? 7?
Yeah, SN7.
Yeah, that was like a little, not even half tank, right? That was a little test tank for the new 304L, right?
Yeah, and that was like what, a couple 100,000 gallons or something capacity. I remember somebody in the chat did the math. I think maybe Moldy Space did the math in the chat. That was really great.
It was like somewhere 150,000 or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, some absurd amount, and this is much bigger, so it'll obviously hold much more. I wonder they're going to fill both tanks, right? The methane and the LOX tank, or one and the other, or is it just the LOX one that needs it, given that they're pushing on it with the thrust simulator?
I mean, you think
they usually.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say what Doss was about to say. I think they usually do both, just so that they have the entire pressure on the LOX tank as well to make sure that that doesn't cause any changes. But
Got it. Oh, I'll do some more things and whatnot, some more housekeeping. Antonio Cesar Hansen Monte Pagado. I hope I didn't butcher your name too badly, but I tried. Thank you for becoming a new member. Hope you enjoy the perks that you get at whatever level you subscribed at. Let's see, Nick28, thank you for the $10. Awesome of you. Seriously, thank you so much. It really makes me so happy that people are willing to super chat us things like $5 and $10. I mean, I know if you're like an app developer or whatnot, it can be pretty hard to just sell a really functional, like fully featured app for 99 cents in the App Store. So thank you so much for the support, the $10. That really means a lot. Any amount means a lot, and even just your eyeballs, everybody watching right now, means a lot. Oh gosh, I didn't see what they said. I babbled so long, I didn't see what they said. Hang on, I'm scrolling hurriedly in chat here.
Hey, there is some condensation or venting coming from the bottom of SN5 right
Yeah.
now.
I bet that thrust section
Yeah.
is completely covered in liquid nitrogen. So that mess, or the liquid oxygen tank on the bottom is probably being filled right now. We just can't see the frost because it's sitting in that bottom bulkhead or thrust section, thrust puck area. But they're definitely filling this thing up. So
Oh yeah,
it was a long wait. It was a long wait this afternoon, but it looks like we might have made the right call to continue waiting.
Yep.
It makes sense too. Every now and then we're seeing a blast from the tank farm. If they're, if they're kind of filling it up, relieving pressure, filling it up, relieving pressure, a kind of like a incremental process. Maybe that's why we're seeing those periodic blasts from the tank farm like that. Like there's one right there.
Yep.
Let's see, Mary, is it like hot or whatnot out there? What's the temperature like? I'm wondering if that might have an effect on frosting.
Yeah, it's still pretty warm. I don't know what the temperature is, but
There's
yeah.
the bottom tank venting.
Oh yeah.
And the top, or the
look
top
at that.
bottom, or whatever that is. It's near the top, but it's the bottom tank, right?
It's the lower. That was the lower tank. There's still both tanks are like both pretty high up. The bottom is the thrust area. That was the top of the. That was the lower of the two vents. Yeah.
The bottom of the top tank.
Wait, what? That was the top vent of the bottom tank.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I'm just gonna not talk.
Good times. Welcome to the NASA Spaceflight live stream, y'all.
Tyler, thanks for the $5 super chat. They say, y'all might remember me saying to put some descriptions on the Boca updates while someone listened, and your content looks great. Love from Nashville. Thanks so much, Tyler. Yeah, I think, honestly, I can't claim, some crazy brilliant scheme with the Boca updates. I think I probably saw somebody comment, you should label things, or you should throw labels on there. And we'd already been talking about, maybe doing narration for the updates, or different things we could do to upgrade the stream. And I had already been thinking of doing some sort of lower third type graphics, but yeah, somebody gave me the idea to throw the labels on there with little sticks and lines and whatnot, and that was a really good idea. So thanks everybody, it's a team effort.
Yeah, that was a really good idea. Not gonna lie.
And then Future Martian, go for it.
Really quickly, I was going to say I now am definitely going to make the labels happen for the live stream.
Nice.
I just have to get around to doing that, but it's going to happen at some point.
Yeah, and I can make textless versions of literally every single label that I've put in a video really rapidly and get them into PNG or TIFF or whatever form you guys need, so you can just use them as templates. I just haven't gotten around to it yet, so we can get that up and running. It's another fun thing we can do for the streams.
Good, but I think I'll just do it with like HTML and CSS. That way I can have it like dynamically scale to whatever I type. But yeah, we'll make it work.
That sounds way better. CS, I don't even want to think about the crazy things you can do with CSS. That's above my pay grade, man. Sorry if you guys hear screaming cat. It's dinner time for kitties in my house right now.
I did hear the screaming cat. I didn't know what that was, but there you go.
That's hilarious. Sorry. I'm gonna mute myself just for a minute while we get dinner done.
That's fine. Get cat dinner done. Not just dinner, cat dinner. Yes. Another one here. Hey, Future Martian. Here's another great stream, and good luck SN5. Thank you, Future Martian, for the We need to figure out how to say super chat in Spanish since this is so close to Mexico. Let me go to Google Translate real quick. Hang on. Translate.google.com from super chat. Let's make that Spanish. This is not going to end well, but Jack is feeding his cat, so I can try to translate stuff. A B C D E F G H I. Okay, there's the S. And we want to say super chat. Apparently, super chat in Spanish is super chat in English. It doesn't translate that. Well done, Google Translate. Well done.
And
We'll
I
have to
was
look up, like, appreciate your support or something, but whatever. Go ahead, Michael.
rewinding the stream. The top tank is definitely getting cold. I don't know if it's technically frost by the definition of frost, but it's at least, condensation is building up on the outside. If you rewind the stream about 10 minutes, you'll see a pretty clear difference on the top tank.
Gotcha. And we'll see. Let me see real quick if I can enable some presentation layer stuff here, shall we?
Yeah.
So we can do some drawings on this.
Drawing.
Somebody got my reference. Appreciate that.
Yeah. My name is Simon, and I like to do drawings of my daddy. That's vintage SNL. What is that, Mike Myers?
I think so.
Yeah, that's classic. It's like 90s SNL. Doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, David in chat says frost would be from the condensation freezing. Exactly. That's why I don't think we're seeing frost yet technically, because usually you see like that thick layer of ice when the frost starts to form. This looks like a very subtle change in color.
Yeah.
And I think it was Raphael on the NASASpaceflight forums who made a good tweet about how people sometimes call it frost when it's not. So I'm trying to be careful. And again, if you have questions, tag at NASASpaceflight in chat. We have a filter on all the chat messages coming in, and if you tag at NASASpaceflight, we'll know it's a question as opposed to just a random chatter. So that helps us find them.
Yep.
Yeah, Luke Turner has a good question. They say, "What's your opinion on the new GSE from the photos? Looks like a serious upgrade."
Yeah.
I mean, I agree. It looks really, really beefy, and even just all the piping. I don't know if that's if all of that's GSE or hydraulic stuff for the pad itself and hold downs or what, but it certainly looks like the plumbing that they've installed is beef supreme, as I would say.
Beef supreme.
Yeah, it's from Idiocracy. I'm really feeling that movie lately. Can you tell why?
Oh no.
Yeah, it was interesting because the new launch stand at the beginning when it was being built looked exactly like the previous launch stand, but since they flipped it upright and set it down on where it's going to be on the pad, all the amenities they've added look different than what we saw before for the most part. It definitely looks like a significant upgrade over what they had before. And I believe, Mary, were they installing some like blast shielding towards the base of it on the ground supportment side?
Yeah,
I
there
know.
is some shielding on there.
Yeah, I don't think the previous stand had that, did it?
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah. Yeah, so definitely some upgrades and improvements. So hopefully there'll be better luck with this vehicle versus SN4, which obviously had that problem with the quick disconnect umbilicals. Wes McCallie was asking about, do you think we'll see any Starship Super Heavy developments at KSC again? Maybe they'll just do all development in Boca and leave KSC for launches. I mean, they're still building the Super Heavy pad at KSC. Other than that, there hasn't been a whole lot of action. They obviously stopped building the Starship prototypes down there, but Pad 39A was the launch pad for a lot of the Apollo flights, including Apollo 11 and all the Apollo flights that ended up with somebody walking on the moon. It was also the pad for a large chunk of shuttle missions and Crew Dragon. So that's been a very historical pad for human spaceflight. And I don't know. In my opinion, it would be like the perfect place for SpaceX to launch people to Mars from. Although I mean, Boca would obviously be awesome too, and like look at this view again, Boca. But in terms of like a historical precedence, Pad 39A I think is the uh, one of the good candidates for that. But there's definitely going to be more than one super heavy pad with the cadence that SpaceX wants. So I think we'll definitely see activity in Boca. We'll see activity at 39A. We may also see some ocean platforms. So there's going to be lots of places that all have their chunk of this historic progress. So I think the short answer is yes. I do think you will see more development there. Just in the short term, they are focusing on Boca before they get the final design of Starship figured out.
Cool. I'm gonna try a thing real quick here. Y'all know me, breaking stuff over here, but let's see if I've set this up correctly this evening. This is something that I need to make sure that is more set up. Oh wow, there's a big vent coming from that. Let me see really quickly if I've done this correctly this evening. So we can go there, and if we do this, you should be able to see me do this. Let's see. Am I drawing here? Can I draw? Yes, it works. Haha. I do have the annotations. This is SN5 with my terrible handwriting drawing there. But good deal. That's what I wanted to test, just to make sure that I had the I guess DOS annotations online. They're not nearly as good looking.
Yeah, it's a little bit pixelated, but for like if you want to like draw something,
Yeah,
it's perfectly fine. Yeah,
the quick way to do that. Yeah.
yeah.
And also, I have to take it out of studio mode so that we don't get. It was a little pixelated because of the way I was previewing it on the server.
Yeah.
So the server does not like me previewing what's happening while we're working on it like that. So, okay, cool. What's this deal about a pizza and beer? Blocka said, just in time, got my pizza and beer. Now ready to hear about all your team's shenanigans, updates, and seeing some bluebirds. Seeing some bluebirds throughout the live stream. Best live stream around. Wait, did somebody say bluebirds? Hang on.
Uh-oh, someone said bluebirds. It's
Here
like,
we go.
Wait, yes, we do have the bluebirds. The live bluebird nest cam from my backyard.
oh my god, look how cute.
The upgraded infrared camera there. Mama bluebird sitting on 4 babies right now, back in the backyard. But if somebody says bluebirds, especially at a super chat, we have to cut to the bluebird camera really quickly and back to Boca Chica. There we go. Sorry, not really.
Don't be sorry. That was great, and that was a really great message. What was it, Blocka?
Yeah.
From Blocka. Honestly, they said they got their beer and got their pizza and they're ready to pull up and watch their favorite stream. It's like, thank you for the kind words. It really means a lot, and it's cool that so many people can kind of like, get comfy, get ready for the long haul tonight, in case it might be a longer night of testing. And
Yep.
We appreciate your eyeballs and appreciate you hanging out.
Yep, absolutely. That's a really good thing to say, Jack, because it's like, oh, you get your pizza, you get your popcorn on the couch, you get all comfy and stuff like that, and what show are you gonna binge watch on Netflix or whatever? Oh, I'm gonna bring up this late show or whatever. Well, I guess we sort of have a late show going on here. We might not have something going on every night, but when we do have something going on, we appreciate y'all showing up and hanging out with us. Again, we're a big community of space nerds who love watching events like that happen. Nice, very cool.
Yeah, like one of my favorite comments, I think, from somebody on one of our streams so far yet it was something along the lines of like their wife or their girlfriend was like, "Are you watching that water tower show again?"
The water tower show.
Just made me I laughed so hard at that.
The water tower show.
Like we all have guilty pleasure reality shows, I assume, anyways. Even I do, having worked in reality TV and knowing, how the whatever casserole is made. So yeah, if one of your family members sees this as your guilty pleasure reality show, then I guess we're doing something right.
Yeah, right. Oh. Hey, Graham Stockhill, thanks for the new membership there. We appreciate the support. Ranow, thanks for all you guys are doing, especially Mary. We appreciate you too, Ranow. I'm going to speed run some of these. Wow. Dawn Banks, a new season of my favorite action adventure TV show. My favorite action adventure TV show. We appreciate you there, Dawn. Kellen Graham, new membership. Thank you for hanging out with us. Jim Williams, I don't know if this is the Jim Williams that we know. We know some Jim Williams out there. Infrastructure for astronaut support is well established at the Cape as well. I don't know. Do we know which Jim? Y'all think that's like Jim Williams? Like Jim Williams?
I don't know. It's an appropriate comment.
It is. Contextually, that comment fits with what Jim Williams would say about the Cape. So anyway you slice it, Jim, we appreciate you there. Thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for the support. I'm literally just have to speed run these to clear out the queue. Dave Warner, new membership. Appreciate you there. We also have Bent Straight. Finally caught a live stream. Your daily updates keep me sane in this crazy world. Thanks, Boca Chica Gal /NSF. Bent Straight, thank you for the support there. Another one, me ninth making? Me nint. I don't know the way that's put together. We appreciate the support there. Thank you for that one. And then another one. What does GSC stand for? Wrong answers only. Jack, what does GSC stand for?
It's giraffe. Oh, no, I can't.
And then I got Greenville Spartanburg, which is down the road from me. Center, but that's no. It's ground support equipment, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah. It's grapeseed extract.
Grapeseed extract? What?
I don't know. You can't put me on the spot like that.
Yeah, so we say it's GSE as in echo. The third letter is an E as in echo. So it's ground support equipment when we say GSE. And sometimes we talk really quick and it's past midnight, for me at least. So GSE sort of doesn't come out correctly sometimes. But me in the making, thank you very much for hanging out with us here this evening as well. Whew. Anybody got any frost reports?
That was a speed run for you.
Hey, thanks. Sometimes you just gotta flail around to try and stay above water, you know?
Oh my God. Moldy Space Industries, $2 super chat for GSE equals. Oh, why am I even doing this? NASA. I can't even. How do you even say that? Spaceflight.
Spaceflight.
Yeah, there you go.
Spaceflight. You have to put an emphasis on the E.
You beat me to it. You put the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Wrong syllable. Oh, geez.
We're doing Mike Myers left and right tonight. Well, we got to come up with some more Mike Myers bits to ape.
Here's another one. Frosty Flake. Love the Water Tower show. Thanks all.
Yeah, if we were
the Summer's Eve. Go ahead.
If we were if we had a TV show, on some network, what would the name of our show be? Like Tank Watch? Because there's Axemen, that's the logging reality show. There's Ice Road Truckers, it's pretty self-explanatory. There's Deadliest Catch, which is the crab one. There's all the occupational hazard reality shows. I don't know what ours would be. Maybe like Texas Tank Watchers or something like that. It would have to be.
The Texas Tank Watchers on the next episode of Texas Tank Watchers.
This week on Texas Tank Watchers, Freddie is really mad about how Ted did that weld. Damn it, Freddie, you did a bad weld. Yeah, something like that. With all the associated censored bleeping and whatnot. Those shows get crazy.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. What's going on with the flare stack?
A flare stack?
The flare stack appears to be venting like nitrogen or something. I hope that's not methane. I don't think it is, but
I didn't even notice the flare stack in the shot until it started to spew vapors. I mean, we don't know what that is. We're not going to know what that is.
That's really interesting. I mean, I wonder if it has typically flares have a pilot, right? Like a pilot light kind of situation.
I believe so. Yeah.
Maybe the pilot could be out, or I wonder if they're able to light it from a distance, or maybe that's just venting nitrogen pressure, gaseous nitrogen, for all we know.
I could see an end-to-end test where they run the liquid nitrogen through the actual flare stack piping or something. Well, what the? Dude!
Whoa.
What is down? Hold up a second, y'all. The flare stack is doing something wacky, but Jack, Michael, look at this. Who's reading that one?
From a roadside rocket scientist, space nerd, and KSP enthusiast, I love your live streams. Since the first day I saw them, got a small bonus at work, sharing a small percentage with you. You all deserve it. I don't know what to say about that. Jack, do you have any words?
I have, much like Bill O'Reilly, there's no words on it. No, seriously, that's insane. That's really insane, and not in a bad way, in like a really insanely great way. Appreciate I appreciate what you've done there. Thank you so. I mean, this is a pitiful response. I don't. Yeah, I think this is our biggest super chat we've gotten yet. I don't know really. I don't know how to express my gratitude for that, but thank you so much. That's the old line about it lets us do what we do, and it does, and that's why we say that. So thanks for sponsoring Texas Tank Watch.
Texas Tank Watchers. I've been doing this for a long time, right? We're coming up on 6 years that I've been live streaming, and my income comes from things like that, from super chats and subscriptions and stuff. And you always feel inadequate. Like you never feel like you can say thank you enough. It's the same way I sort of feel when we thank Mary for being out there all the time.
Yep.
It's like you can say thank you 100 times, and you can be like, I really appreciate you, but it never feels like you can give proper gratitude for stuff like that. So
I constantly am searching for new and different ways to do both of those things. Thank our viewers and contributors, and thank Mary. It's a really good parallel that you draw there, Das, because there's no way to like sufficiently thank either group, or either Mary or our contributors and watchers and members and everybody. There's no way that we can convey the thanks other than just repeatedly saying thank you, and that looking for different ways to say it so we don't come across as inauthentic, because that would be the very, very, very last thing that we would want to do, because it really does mean that we can keep doing these super cool and really fun streams. I mean, I know I have fun doing these streams. I hope everybody has fun watching them. I hope you guys have fun doing them too. And I'm just extremely, extremely, extremely grateful that we are lucky enough to be able to bring you this live from Boca Chica. Thank you, Mary. And thank you, Das, for helping Mary figure out all the streaming stuff. And thank you to all of our viewers and support from viewers like you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just one last time, Aces, thank you so much for that. I'm still sitting here wondering what's venting out of the flare stack. I mean,
I'm not an expert, but I think your hypothesis, DOS, that it's nitrogen being vented out of the flare stack to do like a full up run through of what it would be like if they're doing actual propellant seems pretty logical to me.
Yeah.
Because,
I mean they've reinstalled the flare stack, so it makes sense that you would want to do a couple of different like flow tests before you put actual methane in this.
Yep, Mary, if you can hear us, have you even seen liquid methane delivered on site recently?
I do believe I have.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in a video at least
1
or 2 days ago there was a methane delivery. So we've seen liquid oxygen, methane, and liquid nitrogen deliveries all in the last week.
We haven't seen the flare stack on. I mean, it could have been a pilot mode. It was like super small. But, like
Right.
chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but even like in the nighttime footage, I don't think we've seen the flare stack on the last few days. So I mean,
No.
not to like add in another element, but I wonder if they also have the methane condensing system working, if they have methane on site, and we haven't seen a flare stack with a fire yet. But
Yeah.
that's a whole nother point. I would, in terms of the flare stack right now, I would be really surprised if that was methane, because obviously that would not be how it's supposed to be released. And it, with no methane involved in this test tonight, it seems like having nitrogen go through the flare stack as if it was methane seems to make sense to me, at least.
You got to be careful whenever you say anything about the flare stack and methane, though, because you might say something and it might just suddenly detonate, and then your words could become fodder for memes on various subreddits. It's a hazardous game we play.
Oh. So what is our status right now? We have that. Have we said frost is forming? Do we not quite think there's frost forming?
It certainly looks like there's frost, maybe halfway or 3/4. No, halfway up the LOX tank.
Yeah.
Or am I just seeing reflection there?
I've been rewinding it again. I don't really see anything too definitive. It does look like the condensation
actually-
I was saying build up has like kind of like gone up and down. That's pretty typical to what we see during these cryo tests. The condensation frost lines will kind of go up and down a little bit, and eventually we'll see it start building up more. But I mean, we continue to see new things happening, like the flare
Yep.
stack starting to vent something. So it seems
So if
like
you
testing is still progressing. I don't think they've like aborted or anything. But
I'm just going back 10 minutes and then to live, back 10 minutes and then live, and it almost even looks like I don't know if I'm just seeing reflections or what, but it looks like it was more condensated
Yeah.
10 minutes ago. It
Wow.
looks like 10 minutes ago, it was much colder on the inside of the vehicle than it is right now for whatever reason.
I
And then
agree with your assessment, Jack. Look,
Yeah,
I can actually do that in the presentation layer real quick. Let's make sure this works correctly. So this is actually, I'm rewinding just a little bit here, y'all. But look at this. This is current time right here. And then here's that jumping back 10 minutes like Jack was saying. Look at that. There is a definite difference there.
Yep.
And if you go back even further, it almost looks like there's a little, I'm just hopping around. You can see the top tank. Look at that right in here. There's actually something that starts to form right around the top of that. You see that?
Yep.
There's
Yep.
nothing
Good eye.
there. And then you go up and there's something that's formed there. And you go a little bit further forward and then it goes right up the side. You can literally see it advancing up the side when you jump backwards and forwards like that. Right there is a good indication.
Just like a tasty cold beverage.
So that may be an indication that they actually filled this thing up to some level. Because look at this here. Look at that, y'all. The flare stack is not going right now. I know I'm just sort of drawing right now. But the flare stack is not going. The whole vehicle looks like it's a little bit frosty. And then guess what? The flare stack starts to vent something and the vehicle starts to get less frosty looking.
Yep.
Am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy at all. I completely agree with your assessment. I think that's exactly what we saw happen. I mean, it would make sense too that as they fill this thing up, they would do so incrementally. Fill it, pause, wait, even just let the liquid nitrogen that is in the tanks, even just a little bit, like basically heat up and self-pressurize. And then once they do their checkouts and they know everything's cool, maybe perhaps vent a little bit of that pressure, and then that would allow them to then load more liquid in and repeat the process until we get because they're not just going to go from 0 to 100 and just jam the tanks completely full of cryogenic liquid from nothing to completely full. They're going to do it, presumably anyways, in a staged incremental process. So that seems like maybe we just watched one increment happen.
I agree. I mean,
and the flare stack is going again.
Yep, that definitely looked like they put something in there and you got some frost or some condensation forming on the outside, maybe not cold enough to actually freeze like we were talking about. But then the flare stack goes off and releases that pressure. The exact same process you would expect to see if they were actually putting fuel and LOX in there, methane and LOX. I like it.
Neat. Super cool.
Sorry about that. I know that it gets a little bit pixelated there as I do that, but I think it does give a good indication of that thing jumping back and forth, That's really cool looking. Yeah, Jonathan Owens, sorry. I grew up in South Texas. I was born and bred like in the middle of a cornfield. I used to play literally in corn, like not even kidding, in a cornfield when I was a kid, and I say y'all a lot. So
I've deliberately
go ahead.
Deliberately put y'all in my vocabulary more because I happen to really like y'all, and I also grew up in the South, though it didn't really naturally happen in my
Well, you
speech.
hang out with me enough and I'm going to beat it into your head. Everybody in chat's going to be saying y'all.
Funny thing about the English language, there's no, what is it? Oh my gosh, I'm failing my language nerdery. There is no you all, right? There, what is it? Is it conjugation? Oh my gosh, I'm completely failing.
Like a contraction?
No, like there's them and they. There is no y'all except for y'all. It's you plural. There we go. So plural you. Chat is saving me. Thank you, chat.
What,
so,
you guys?
Yeah, how are you guys doing? I mean, I could say you guys if I was from or somewhere. Hopefully that's not stereotypical, but yeah. So y'all, I really happen to like y'all, and it's friendly, it's informal, it's just good. So if you don't like it, I apologize, but I'm gonna back you up on that. And Joe Barnard in chat, the insanely wonderful and amazing rocket scientist. I can say that, right?
I
Scientist.
think he's earned it. Heck.
I mean, more than 10,000% earned it. Anyways, Joe Barnard, thank you for the $10. You're freaking awesome.
I'd honestly give him rocket engineer because he actually makes things fly. He didn't just sit around and draw on a chalkboard about it.
Can we just say like rocket wizard? Or I feel like it should be a higher. If you guys don't follow Joe Barnard, go follow Joe Barnard because his content is amazing.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
BPS space on YouTube. Go subscribe.
Somebody put a link in chat over there.
Yeah, somebody throw a link in there.
Yeah. Joe's fantastic. Oh my god.
Thank you so much, Joe.
I can't wait to see when the rockets land. I think he said he was working on that again.
Joe is 100% a rocket wizard. I agree with that. Oh, wow.
I completely lost my train of thought, so I apologize.
The link is in chat.
There you go. Thanks.
Oh yeah, we were talking about y'all. So sorry if you don't like y'all. I like y'all, and I will back anybody up that wants to say y'all. Anyways, that's enough of that word.
Well, I like y'all. So, anyways,
and I do like y'all, as in everybody watching. I like all of you watching. Thank you for watching, everybody. Look at that segue, flawless. Except then I just broke it.
All right.
All right, so let's see. We got.
Right quick. Sorry, I'm fixing something right quick. Continue.
Very good. Joe Kellison, $5 super chat. Thank you so much. They say here, use this towards more bird labels. Keep it up, guys. Listen and watch every live stream.
But bird labels? Did someone say?
So I don't know if you've caught it. I've labeled birds in stream. Like there's a couple different videos with a bird labeled for like a frame or two. Like you really, really have to be watching to catch it. So it's like the people who are playing the game of watching our stream on hard mode.
Yeah.
Or not stream, watching our daily update videos on hard mode. They're the ones catching like the one frame jokes that I throw in there.
I mean, I've got some bird labels over here. These are actually bluebirds right now. This is the mama bluebird sitting on the nest. Bluebird nest cam. See, it's got the temperature and everything. So
she's pushing the babies.
Those are my bird labels. So that's a live feed
bird labels.
Backyard. I like cameras.
I like birds and cameras. Nathan Patera, thanks for the $2. Update your stage indicator to frost forming? ?
I mean, it almost looks like we went past the frost forming, then we went back to nitrogen loading reb again. It's like step 3, go to 10 or whatever. Step 30.
Yeah. There you go. You're the programmer, not me. But I understand that is a programming joke.
I got out of there as fast as I could.
Tony Velasco.
We saw like light condensation. I don't think we saw any frost or icy frost yet, like we've seen before.
We just saw like end-to-end condensation or something. Maybe we could call it.
If this test goes well tonight, we should see most of that vehicle all covered in ice.
Yeah, and there's a big old plume coming out of the flare stack. Well, it's like a nitrogen stack tonight or something.
Nitrogen. We got to call it like a nitrogen stack or a cold stack instead of a flare stack.
There's got to be a better terminology. Come on, Texas
sublimation.
Something better.
Sublimation stack. It's a sublimation stack.
Stack. Not sold.
Wait, is it subliming? I don't think so. I don't know. I'm not a chemistry.
Give us some ideas. Give us some ideas over here in chat.
So Tony Velasco, thanks for the new membership. You are awesome. We really appreciate it. The memberships are a really great way to support the channel, and you get cool perks. Depending on what level you sign up at. There's a Discord and all kinds of cool stuff, member exclusive videos. So thank you. James Spalding, wow, $20. That's not playing around money there. Thank you so much, James. And James says thank you all. Well, you're quite welcome. Thanks for watching. And then let's see, Tony Velasco, $20. Thank you so much, Tony. Wow, you guys are really generous tonight, and that is just going to get reinvested back into our stream and more and better equipment.
Well, that's something we were talking about earlier. We actually ran some tests before we went live with the ambient audio, and we didn't quite have the proper setup to get nice, clean ambient audio. We had ambient audio. We got the Texas crickets chirping down there, but we were getting a little bit of feedback from Mary listening to us on her phone, so we had to fix that. We need a different microphone that's placed a little bit further away. So I think after tonight, that ambient audio is definitely something that needs to get solved there. Jeez.
Yeah,
Continue.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's exactly what we're gonna use the super chats and whatnot for, is getting stuff like that up and running. So we were just being like, oh, we just need a longer cable. We need a longer cable. So hey, guess how we can get a longer cable with your guys' support. So thank
We
you.
get a really long cable.
Yeah, heck yeah. Paul Weiler, new member. Thank you so much, Paul. I can never see what member level they are
Yeah,
at. Is there
level.
something
You
is there
know
something
that
I'm missing?
it's a hole into, or it's a bad functionality in the YouTube API. We'll put it as that.
Ah,
Okay, yeah.
I don't.
I figured
I
figured
cannot
that was the
see
case.
what the membership level is when they join the channel, unless they
Got it.
make a separate API call. But then that burns us through the API limit or the API quota more. So I don't do that. So that's just the way it is.
of course. That's fine. We'll be membership level agnostic when we say thank you. How's that?
Yeah.
Yep, and Jay Dean, new member. Oh wow. Well, I just saw Jay Dean. He came in at Capcom, which is awesome. Thank you so much, Jay Dean. Jay Dean. And then we got Diane Rousseau. Thank you so much, Diane. I didn't see yours come in. Oh no, Padrat. Thank you for the new Padrat membership. See, you just said agnostic, and then here I go. Let's see. Parker Emery. Hopefully, I didn't butcher your last name. 3 separate super chats from Parker Emery. $5 super chat, a $10 super chat, and a $5 super chat. That's above and beyond, Parker. Thank you so much. Let's see. I'll go through these. The first one says, "Rarely catch it live. Here's a tidbit for the many hours of fascination from Boca Chica. Got hooked at SN3 collapse. Haven't missed a second since." Well, you got in, I'd say, at the right time, because we got a lot of cool stuff ahead of us. And thank you for the $5. Let's see. And then the next one, the $10 super chat, says, "Thanks to Mary for content, Jack for editing, labels, Das for breaking things and bluebirds, Michael for making everything work behind the scenes, and all y'all NSF contributors." Thank you so much, Parker. It really is a really awesome team at NSF. We even just yell team occasionally in Discord because we all enjoy working with each other, and it's a great work environment. So props to Crispy for putting NSF together, and props to everybody for being awesome. I really like working with all of you. And
For
I
a
think
man
it
of his
shows.
hygiene, Jack doesn't steal nearly as much as one would expect. Please, somebody tell me they know that reference. There's
No, I don't.
out there
Went right over my head.
somebody in chat knows that reference. Please. Otherwise, it sounds really rude.
Sorry, Aces Down and On just upgraded their membership to Flight Engineer, which is our top level. So I don't know what to say after the super chat earlier and now this, but we are very appreciative of your support.
A god amongst humans, Aces Dawn. Oh God, can you guys hear me?
Yes. We're just trying to
hang on,
wig you out there for a second.
microphone difficulty. Stand by.
No worries. I don't even know where we were. I wasn't running the list there. I don't know if we got through the end of Parker Emery.
No, I'm back. I'm back.
Emery. Parker said, another thanks to Mary. Everyone's here because of your dedication. Roadside rocket historian extraordinaire. I like it. Roadside rocket historian extraordinaire. Mary, are you still with us on comms? I always catch her off guard.
Yeah, I'm a little tired.
Yeah. Oh, geez, I got you on that. Have you been able to hear us? Have we been going all garbled, or is it working out okay tonight?
No, it's surprisingly doing very well.
Cool. I'll take it, and then I won't mention it anymore because I'll jinx it if I do. So, once again, thank you so much for being out there and bringing us this live stream so we can all sit here and tell bad jokes. Oh, God. Did I miss anything else there, or where are we at, y'all?
Let's see. We got Nick 28, $10 super chat. Next time we see the Y guy being used, can we get a label on the vid saying Starship Y guy, Starship being wide guy, by a guy? This is like a tongue twister. So the Y guy, it was on a previous stream. We talked about it on the crane. It's like the two arms that come off the back of the crane. I called them outriggers. They're totally not outriggers. That's not even close to what they are. It was called a Y guy. It's like a part of a crane that distributes or keeps the boom from bending. So he's asking for that to be labeled. I'll see what I can do. I don't know if I can fit all of that on the label though, Nick, but seriously, thank you for the $10 super chat. Yes, Y-guying is the term of use, the Y-guy according to Liebherr.
Why
So I
guy?
guess, yeah, Y-guying.
Arms on the back of the crane, y'all. We're talking about the arms on the back of the crane.
Yeah, that almost looks like, what is that, a Trogdor, like with the arm coming out of the back?
Yes, the Burninator.
Yeah. And then Luke Turner, super thank you so much for the 20 bucks. Like I said, that's not playing around money. For ambient audio or anything that helps Mary. Yeah, that's what we'll use it for. Hopefully we can get ambient audio up and running. It's also weird, it's like we were talking about before the stream, when we were trying to get that going. Just because it's a challenge every time we add another piece of the puzzle for Mary to work. So we would definitely want to get it working. We also don't want to, as I said earlier, give her any more, too many more toasters to juggle, and give her any more headaches. But she's more than capable, and we'll be able to figure that out surely and get something in the field functioning. And yeah, looks like we got yet another super chat. Y'all, thank you so much. What an awesome crowd tonight. We got 1,800 people here, all just watching this stainless steel tank get frosty or condensate, whatever you want to call it. Thank you so much, Trevor Bondi Media.
I like condensate.
I don't even know if I feel like I shouldn't say this. From a current SpaceX intern, thanks for streaming. Probably don't identify yourself as a SpaceX intern, but thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate.
I don't want it to get in trouble, and so I'm just gonna pull that off there. I feel like I shouldn't have even done that. Hopefully, that's fine to do. Keel Randor, $10 Canadian. Mary needs donuts too. I really wish, we need to get like some kind of Amazon drone delivery service. Obviously, I'm kidding. We don't want to scrub any tests, and drones can't. But yeah, it'd be great if we could have like some sort of little robot just deliver things to Mary. I'm sure everybody in chat would have all kinds of awesome snacks and treats sent to her.
I think
No, I'm really
fun
bummed
if
that we
Zeus-
can't do that.
What, Mary?
Go for it.
I think it'd be fun if Zeus delivered treats.
Oh man, that would be nifty. Just like put a little tray on its back that it could carry cookies or something with.
Did you see the little Boston Aerodynamics dog video where they put one of those horse head things, like the horse masks on the front?
No.
Like running around and the rubber horse face is like flopping around like a little miniature horse. I thought Chris B might like that. Let's see if I can
that's
find videos.
disturbing.
Anyways, proceed.
Well, I've successfully speedrun through all of our super chats, so I have defeated the game that is chat.
Nice.
I beat the boss level. So thank you, everybody. Seriously, thanks for the support. Looks like we've got some. Is that the grass vent going, Mary?
Like on the left-hand side?
Yeah, lower down there.
Something's like venting up this. Is that something venting up the side of Hopper? Or what is that?
It couldn't be. It wouldn't be Hopper. It would be the tank in front of it, right?
I guess, but it certainly looks like it's going right up the side of Hopper and then going over the top of it.
Interesting.
I don't know if that's just like the wind effect where it's in the lee on that tank and the vent is going straight up and a little bit of wind hits it at the top. I don't know what's going on with that tank. I hadn't seen that.
I feel like we haven't seen a vent like that yet, but that's me just spitballing. But it sure looks new to me.
Yeah. Stand by there. Nope, we're still good. Okay. I just had an internet hiccup at my house, but it didn't affect anything.
No sweat.
All right. Cool. So, hey, I saw this come through earlier. Adam Chance, I don't know if you're still in chat, but Adam Chance said, NASASpaceflight, I work with sea turtles on South Padre Island. The lights are not for them. All the white lights around the facility negate any benefit. I expect these are for 4th of July, the new lights there. So Adam's saying that they work with sea turtles on South Padre Island. Again, I don't know anything about sea turtles or anything like that, but I don't know. Like I said, it'd be really interesting to reach out to like a marine biologist or a turtle conservationist or something like that and just ask what sort of things they do around sites like this to try and keep the sea turtles away, So thank you for the little bit of insight there. We appreciate that. Huh.
All right, I'm officially going to Google and I'm going to type
You're
anti-turtle light.
anti-turtle light.
Shows you how great Google is. It's just a whole bunch of lights for your reptiles and various reptile pets. I said anti-turtle light. Are turtles even reptiles or are they amphibians? What's going on, Das?
I don't know. Sorry, I'm Googling this video for Chris.
Yeah, no worries. I'm being wacky. I'm being wacky on purpose.
I won't show this, but I gotta show Crispy this. Maybe I can link it in chat, perhaps. I don't know. We'll see. Stand by.
Uh-oh. It's gonna be is that the okay.
No. I'll show it to you.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. That's terrible, but whatever. There we go. Y'all can look at that over in the control center. All right. Let's grab another couple questions here. We were talking about this one a little bit earlier while we were waiting for things to come online. Annoying Moose. When do you think the Manitowok? I didn't even know how to say that. Manitowok.
Manitowok? That's how I've been saying it. I'm sure it's wrong.
That sounds like a moccasin name, like a shoe you'd put on. Do we know when the crane will be completed? Mary was talking about that earlier, and I think some of the equipment that was assembling it has moved away. Mary, are you there?
Yeah. The crane that they were using to put the crane together left today.
Okay, so we think that means they might not. They may have gotten a lot of work on that big crane going. Maybe they don't need any other cranes to put it together now.
That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah. Okay. So good question. It may be that big 18,000 crane is very, very close to being done, and I bet you as soon as that thing starts to reach for the sky, Mary will have some shots of it. So we shall see when that thing goes up. But that's a big honking crane. Can I say that? Big honking crane? It's a big crane.
Yeah, it's definitely big and it's definitely honking.
Yeah.
Okay, so I did a quick Google and just right off the bat, there are it's like listed as a wildlife or outdoor wildlife friendly light, and it's an amber LED light. I'm gonna post a link in the chat.
Amber LED light.
And that's not an endorsement, obviously. It's not an advertisement, but that's just a link to like a fact sheet for these lights. And it's not I don't know if it's the exact light that's on Hopper, but it looks similar. Maybe a different mount. But yeah, it looks like a turtle. It's actually not anti-turtle. It looks like it might be turtle friendly.
Oh, see, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. Interesting.
But yeah, I'm gonna keep poking around. Yeah, the turtle light mystery continues.
So it may be the proper terminology there may be turtle friendly light. It's not like a turtle that like it like flashes to try and scare the turtles away. It's what? It's a light that can be on and won't scare off the turtles, perhaps.
Yeah.
Huh. I hadn't thought about it that way. I literally thought it was like a flashing strobe light that was like annoying to turtles so they would stay away.
Yeah, go figure.
I am not a marine biologist.
And if anybody in chat knows more, feel free to comment in there. I would love to know more about what those lights are good for, other than making Hopper look evil. And wow, that vent on the side of that tank there is it's going ham.
Yep, it is. It keeps popping up over and over again.
And we're not sure if that's something that is new or just because of the way the wind is behaving right now, or if it's nominal or off nominal or what. But I'm going to do a frost check really quick.
Yeah, I was just doing the same to see if there's anything to show. Well, I just accidentally jumped to bluebirds. But
I'm not seeing any change.
Yeah, in the
last 10 minutes at least.
10, 15 minutes, I haven't seen any change. So it's
Same.
pretty stable.
I think maybe that vent that we're seeing right now from the tank farm in front of Hopper, could that be normally the vent? We see that much lower down on the tank, and that's the yellow gas cloud, quote unquote, normally. But right now, for whatever reason, it's following the side of the tank and going up much higher.
Okay, time out. Right now, Hopper looks like that PC Master Race guy with the flowing white hair, and he's got like the red eyes underneath. Like, I'm sorry, I looked up and it's like, is that the PC Master Race guy? Like,
That's hilarious.
sorry.
No worries.
God. So I was going to do the back and forth really quickly here, just over to presentation mode. This is a replay, and if we go back 10 or 12 minutes here, you can see me down there. No real changes in the tank, just some various venting and stuff like that. But 10, there's 17. There's the flare stack was still venting what we think was liquid nitrogen, but you can see there's really no changes to. Oh, that's a bluebird. There's really no changes to, totally on accident. I guarantee you that was a total accident.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway,
Mm-hmm.
back to live. That's live. We're back live. Here's a question that popped up. Again, I'm just every now and then I look up and grab another couple things out of the chat queue. This is from SPFLSU. Did we ever get what pressure SN7 ruptured at? So, did we get any word on
Nope.
that? Any official
We do
word?
not know, but we think it was a record, but we don't know, like, in terms of how much of a record it was. But it definitely did better than the first time it was tested. When it hit 7.5 bar, we just don't know precisely how much better.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. I'm like, my ear pods are dying, so I'm hot swapping one to the other as they like recharge and die, and it's the whole thing. Oh my gosh, I just forgot what I was going to ask. What were you guys just talking about?
I was reading. Well, I was doing the back and forth flop to see if any changes had happened. What I was doing last.
Brain fart.
Lucas is asking about the control center being built right next to the pad. Yeah, that's an interesting one. There's a lot of construction at the base of the launch stand, and it looks like they're kind of building like a concrete wall. And there was a sign that said "Future Home of SpaceX Launch Control," but obviously they cannot have people that close to the vehicle. So that's kind of interesting. We're not really sure what's happening there. Perhaps they're putting in like some of the the control panels to control the launch sequence, but I definitely don't. I mean, we can say for certain that there won't be any people in that, so I don't know. It's not like the typical launch control center you think of with all the uh, crew members at their console. So it's kind of interesting terminology, but certainly not a place that would be safe to have people during tests.
Right.
Yeah, it's odd that banner was there.
I'm cycling the preview just real quick, y'all. It looks like the preview froze up a little bit.
Okay, thanks. I started to panic.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
like,
no, I got
I was
you.
like, what have I done?
No, I saw it freeze up, and every now and then we are rapidly approaching the limit of what the server can actually do. Like every now and then with the 1080-60, you see me doing something, and the server, the video smoothness, I guess you could say, sort of hiccups a little bit, and that's because we've got the server doing like borderline what it can do. So we'll continue trying to dial that in. So
It's so awesome though to have the 60 frames a second. I mean, it's awesome. I wish I should have a more verbose way to appreciate the 60 frames a second, but I mean, there you go. It's really awesome in the true sense of the word, not just like the totally awesome. Like no, it's 60 frames a second digitized and beamed via packets across space and time to us from Boca Chica. That's really cool that we're able to do that. It feels I like things that make me feel like we're living in 2020 and in the well, maybe not 2020. I like things that make me feel like we're living in the future.
yeah.
So that definitely makes me feel like we live in the future. That we
That
can
is
basically have a that good of a view.
Yeah, look at this. Hang on. Richard Egert there. Welcome to Flight Engineer. That's the tippity top, isn't it?
Yep. Thank you so much, Richard. We really, really
Wow.
appreciate that.
I think
That's
we
awesome.
had one flight engineer when we started the stream, and now we have 3.
There you go.
Wow.
Huh. Pretty soon we're
All
gonna
you flight
actually
flight
go-
engineers are awesome. Thank you.
And hey, I just saw a random comment go by, and I agree. If we could get some sort of replay tag or something, Michael, how hard would it be just to make a static image that matches the overlay but says replay? I don't need it on the overlay. Like if I just had an image, I could put it in the OBS scene. So when I flip back to do a replay, it says on the screen replay and it sort of matches the overlay.
Yeah, we could do that. We could also like just add a. Well, I mean, if it's part of the ticker, it probably won't stand out very well. But if we wanted to have like a thing on the top right, we could also do that.
Yeah, I was thinking something in the top right that matches the rest of the overlay, like the fonts and colors and stuff
Oh
like that.
yeah, I can make you something for sure.
Yeah,
No
I'll just
question,
put a static image there. That's a really good idea. So I keep trying to say it, but when I go to replay mode, it would be really cool if it said replay or something, you know.
Yeah, especially if somebody's on their phone and it doesn't have audio right now.
Yeah. Excellent.
Hey, we've got Tom Cross in the chat. Hey, Tom.
What's up? How's it going, Tom?
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah. Hopper looks like a three-eyed Iron Giant tonight. Nice. Iron Giant is a
Oh,
great movie.
I mean, Brad Bird, what an amazing director and filmmaker. And Iron Giant is absolutely one of my, as someone who loves animation, just really, that's honestly probably part of the reason why I ended up picking a camera in the first place, even though that's a weird correlation. I went to film school because I wanted to make animation, because I watched so many cartoons growing up as a kid, and they really inspired me.
Yep.
And that ended up putting me on the path where I started using cameras and figuring out that what I wanted to do was something a little different and what I do now. But Iron Giant was one of those films that inspired me. So if you have never seen Iron Giant, go watch Iron Giant. I'll try and shut up about it, but especially if you have kids. If you have kids and you need a movie to watch with them, and it's like, quarantine or what have you, and you're just looking for something to watch, go watch Iron Giant. It's an absolute treasure.
Yeah. Hey, can I make a prediction here? Look at the tank farm. There's not a lot of venting happening at the tank farm, but
Okay.
the bottom of SN5 is still condensating,
Looks
vaporizing.
like it's condensating a lot.
Whatever the
mean,
right terminology is. I mean, that looks like we may be getting into frosty mode here again, because you get that condensation coming off the bottom of it. That's actually coming from the bottom of the tank that's up underneath that skirt. And if you get liquid nitrogen in there, cryo temperatures, that stainless steel up under the skirt becomes really, really cold. You get that humid Texas air sort of touching it, and that's when you get these vapors coming off the bottom of the tank. This isn't a valve opening and releasing liquid nitrogen. This is literally the temperature of the stainless steel, because it is touching liquid nitrogen on the other side, condensing the moisture out of the South Texas atmosphere. So it may very well be that there's some liquid nitrogen in that bottom tank again, and we may start to go frost mode here once more. Or
I love it. Frost mode, frosty mode, whatever.
Frost mode, you know what I mean. Oh, let's
Ben in our Discord was saying that flare stack venting might have been part of an abort, and I kind of agree. It would make sense, and if they had to abort and recycle, that they would drain the liquid nitrogen out through the same pipes that the methane would go through, and that would send it towards the flare stack.
Yeah.
But I mean, the bottom of the Starship still has a lot of condensation coming from it, so
Yep.
I think there's a good chance they might just recycle.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here. Again, y'all, when we do these tests, when we do these live streams, we do not have a specific schedule from SpaceX. We sort of go by the road closures and the warnings and stuff like that up here, and we do not know, okay, at exactly this time this is going to happen. We use our Mark 1 eyeballs, we use our roadside rocket science skills to try and guess what's going on. But we are not sure exactly what the plan is here. But as long as there's people hanging out who are interested in learning about what's going on or whatever, we'll be here doing the stream.
Das, have you heard? I really like the Mark 1 eyeballs. Have you heard B1RD for bird?
I mean, it's got a bird that says bird, right? Was
Yeah,
that like
no,
a
it's like
drone thing?
whenever we're out, whenever we're out shooting planes or whatever, someone will be like, "Oh, there goes a B1RD." And, you know, one guy will chuckle and everyone else rolls their eyes.
Everyone rolls their eyes. Nice. I thought it was like a government drone joke, like the birds or government drones that recharge by sitting on power lines, sort of thing. Am I the only one who's heard that?
Sorry, I was reading chat. What did you say?
Yes. Oh no, I was talking about birds being robotic government drones.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, just making sure. Just making sure.
Seems like you got some tinfoil on your hat.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Michael, just really quick feedback for the interface. It would be cool if there was a button to click and remove something from the right-hand list. You know, like an X. Is there a way to do that? Like, does the check immediately send it to the top, or?
Oh, like on the chat list to
Yeah,
remove it permanently?
yeah, like to remove it when it's something that just to clean up the list as you go through. Because I keep scrolling past the same things over and over.
Oh yeah, because yeah, this was the reason it wasn't there before is you have the filter on, right?
Yeah, I do have the filter on. Yeah.
Yeah, because before it was like the regular chat and you would like scroll through so fast it didn't matter, but now that there's a filter that might make sense. So yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, it just because that way, once I see something, I'm like, okay, that's not really a question or anything. It's just somebody that
Yeah.
tagged us. Then I could remove it from the list, and we would just keep the tags over there. Y'all, Michael has built this really cool web interface that keeps up with YouTube chat, and then allows us to push questions into a queue as if you tag us, and then it brings in the super chats and memberships, and then we can click a button and it displays on the screen. Like, it's this really slick interface. So that's what I was just talking to him about. How we can make sure that we don't miss any good questions, you know?
Yep.
So do we know anything about when hops again, everybody's always like, oh, when's the hop? When's the hop? The hop will be when the hop will be, right? It's like there's a lot of gates that we have to go through before we can get to the hop, but right now there's not a hard and fast date for when the hop would occur, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And
what
again,
are
if you have questions, tag at NASASpaceflight and we'll go through them.
Yeah, it really does. There's so many people asking questions. If you just ask a question but you don't actually tag us, it's unlikely that we'll see it just because there's so much chat going. But if you tag us, it gets caught in this little filter, and we can get to it even if we don't see it scroll by in real time. So, okay, all right, good. Just making sure everything is still nominal over here.
That question from Wes is a good one, I think. How do you think it will transport future starships and super heavies to the pad? The road to the pad is public, but do you think they will eventually close it off for safety? Well, they cannot permanently close the road because it leads to a public beach, but they can definitely intermittently close it, but I'm not sure if it is the best permanent solution to be transporting vehicles down, especially of super heavy size. Like, I don't even know if it's gonna be able to support the weight of super heavy rolling to the launch pad of 31 engines. The answer is probably no. So they might have to like build a special road that's more beefed up than a public roadway to handle that. But we'll have to see what happens. SpaceX usually focuses on one or two of the most pressing problems at a time, and certainly transporting a large vehicle to the pad might not be the most easy solution, but it's certainly something that is solvable. So I don't think they're too worried about that yet. I think when the time comes, they'll probably look into it more. But I'm they I wouldn't be surprised if they already had a general plan of how they're going to do it. But um, I don't see how this normal like public highway could support the weight of 31 Raptors though. That seems like it might be a lot.
Right, right. Gotcha.
So, finally caught up on our Discord a little bit, and our awesome team member Ben Craddock posted a bunch of stuff I completely missed. One of them being this sea turtle conservancy website talking
Right.
about how those amber lights. I think it's basically what you said, Das. The amber lights put off a very narrow wavelength of light that is more friendly to turtles. So they're turtle friendly lights.
And
it says,
yeah.
Let's see, let me skim to a species popular with humans now aligned with lights. Lights from these developments discourage females from nesting. If a female fails to nest after multiple crawls, she will resort to less than optimal nesting spots. So these lights are less annoying to the nesting mothers, so they can not have to resort to less than optimal nesting spots. So that's good. We all love turtles and we all love nature. So those hopper lights not only look cool, but they help cute little turtles.
Nice. That's interesting, and a lot of people have pointed out. I know it's a big deal. It's a big topic of conversation. We all love turtles. Who loves turtles? I like turtles. But the other lights that are lighting up the tank farm would need to be offline, and it may very well be. Mary can answer this one. That tank farm is maybe more lit up tonight because they're doing a test, or normally is that tank farm darker, Mary? If we've got you right now. We may not have Mary right now. Yeah, so we'll circle back on that in just a little bit. But I do know, like, all the other spotlights, it's like, oh, those don't do anything because there's so many other spotlights, you know. So we'll continue to learn more about that.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna go back and do the AB again.
I was just about to do that same thing. So a quick A/B test. It's like cover one eye, cover the other eye, cover one eye, cover the other eye.
Yep. I don't know, Jack. I'm not really seeing anything right now.
Yeah, me neither. Although the tank farm appears to have gone. Well, no, never mind. Shut my mouth.
Quieter, I guess, right?
Yeah, I was debating whether or not I agreed with myself there.
I mean, it looks a decent amount right now, though.
Yeah, that's kind of
just
why I
3 minutes
hesitated. Is
ago.
that big cloud coming out there near that yellow light is definitely picking up. I mean, you go back 3 or 4 minutes, or even just a minute, and it's not doing that. So hopefully, we're starting to see the beginning of another flow here.
We shall see. We can always jump the stream back and forth as you do.
Yeah, look at that. And another good observation from Ben Craddock in our Discord is that we're not seeing a lot of the same sort of flow in the GSC that we are used to sort of reading the tea leaves of. If you remember the old GSC before it blew up with the SN4 anomaly, we could see sort of the pipes and the plumbing going up into the mount, and we could see all of that plumbing get frosty or condensating or whatever you want to call it, almost like it was poorly insulated piping.
Condensating.
Yeah, right. It's a very technical term. So it seems like that with this new stand and with the new GSE, maybe it's better insulated, or it's just it's placed differently. But it definitely seems like because of how everything's been rebuilt, we are seeing a little bit of a different set of conditions and whatnot. I mean, that's a very interesting vent we're seeing right now. And just look at that huge cloud of condensation just flowing off to the left there.
Now it looks like Starhopper is running really quickly.
Oh man, yeah. It's like
that's what it looks like.
Yeah. We really need to get somebody on real life dude on here so we can get some of these actually doodled. But pretty great. That's a pretty great visual. So yeah, if you're just joining us, I'll do one of these. If you're just joining us, we are expecting a cryogenic pressure test, or a cryo-proof test, as it's called, of Starship SN5, which is the big tubular steel thing you're looking at, the water tower looking thing on the right there. That is a Starship developmental tank section, sans fairing nose cone section. It is just a set of tanks, no engine, nothing, and they're basically testing it like a big steel balloon to see if it'll pop under expected cryogenic pressures of launch and engine firing conditions. So vehicle was rolled to the pad recently, and they have the pad all rebuilt after the SN4 detonation /RUD/anomaly, whatever you want to call it. pads rebuilt. And so now it seems like they're going to do a whole qual on the GSE and the pad, as well as the vehicle itself, as they work their way into further testing. But tonight, just cryogenic pressure test. We've already seen, well, we didn't see it, but earlier tonight there was it appeared to be an ambient pressure test just before we went live, and then we went live ahead of the cryo test, which we are now anticipating. What is the test window till 7 a.m. local? Is that what it is, Michael or
Yeah.
Doss? What'd
Yeah,
you say?
this window is a long test window tonight.
Okay, yeah. So we have a significantly long window, and so they've got plenty of time to play around with their liquids and their cold stuff and their whatnots. It's very technical, very technical terms here. I'll try and dumb it down a little bit for you there, Doss. I'm sorry.
Let me keep up. Make sure I can keep up.
Yeah, the next thing we should expect to see would be venting from the vehicle again. It does
Correct.
look like they may have recycled, but we're seeing that tank farm pick up activity. So hopefully we're going to see another attempt at the cryo-proof test here shortly.
Excellent. Let me grab a couple of these really quickly. Duncan Aiken, thanks for the new membership. Techent Reigns, thank you for the new membership. We got Nuovo Zeta from NZ. This says, will the pressure test pop out the dents in SN5? Anybody want to make a bet whether or not the dents will pop out?
Yes.
Yes. Good guess. Good guess. We'll see. I mean, we did know when they were rolling it out that there were some pretty big dents up on the side of it, but we will see what the deal is.
I mean, I know everyone wants it to look as nice as possible. I don't know. I feel like I'm surprised. I liked all my clothes in my closet to like hang the exact same way and facing the same. So I'm not against things looking nice, but the dent just doesn't really bother me. I mean, if it does stay there, even with pressurization or what have you, it's just going to do a 150-meter hop. There probably won't be tiles attached to it up that high. It's going to be fine. It'll be fine. It won't affect anything. It'll just look a little wonky at worst. So it's not a big deal to me that the dents. I mean, I understand people's curiosity about it, but I'm not worried about it, I guess is how I would put that.
Right.
And
I'm surprised they haven't done anything
yes.
like. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Doss wanted me to read the super chat so we can see if my microphone is better. Jesse Spear, thank you for the $10. I'm just really happy that you're allowing us to see and stay up to date with these things. Thanks. Yeah, we appreciate your support, and I know I'm super enjoying this too. It's really cool to see the fast progress that SpaceX is making, and hopefully a flight test will happen soon.
Yeah, I agree with that. Cool.
Yeah, flight test good. To be brief, flight test good.
Flight test good. Nice.
You can put that on my tombstone.
So y'all want to grab a couple more questions here? I'll answer for you. Yes, you're gonna grab a couple more questions. Jesse Spear.
You did not even give me time.
Jesse Spear asked, at what point will they install nose cones once they get to hopping? Because we've never seen, except for that one event shindig that Elon had, right?
Yep.
We've never had something out on the test stand that has a nose cone on it. True?
Yeah. My sarcastic answer is that we'll see something on a nose cone just before. We'll see a nose cone on something just before the next Starship update.
Gotcha. So we just
that's my jokey answer because they put one on one, for the last Starship update. But honestly, timing, who knows? At this point, timing could be working out for that because it was September of 2019. So we're getting close to September of this year.
Talk about batteries this September.
Say what?
I think he's going to talk about batteries this September.
Oh goodness. So yeah, maybe a little bit later, but
I'm kidding. I'm kidding about the much asked about battery
day. Yeah. So I forgot the question I was answering.
Oh, nose cones.
Oh yeah. So who knows when they'll. See, this is something Mary and I were talking about right before we went live. Is that the nose cones? the nose cone for SN6 is just sitting there, seemingly. I mean, we don't know that it's for SN6, but SN6 has been sitting in the mid bay, well, former high bay, now mid bay, as Elon said on Twitter. SN6 has just been sitting there, probably still getting worked on, but next to it is a nose cone, a tapered nose cone section, and a barrel or fairing section that would, basically all three pieces that would go on top of SN6 are all just sitting there, and SN6 has just been sitting there. So maybe SN6 would get the nose cone. Maybe they need a bigger enclosure to put the nose cone on a vehicle. I honestly have so many questions about the nose cones. And this is also something else Mary and I were talking about before we went live, is that in the tents, she's photographed. If you guys haven't seen the most recent daily video or some of the, couple recent days of the daily update videos from Boca, in the tents, there are a thrust section, a dome, a bottom dome, a top dome, a thrust puck, attached to the bottom dome. There is a nose cone with thrusters. There's essentially what you would presume would be everything in those tents for an entire Starship. So it's just like, when are they going to put it all together? It's just, and we were speculating that, perhaps they're in sort of a waiting, maybe not waiting period, or like a holding pattern, where they're waiting for another developmental milestone to be met, whether it's the cryo proof of a full SN5 type vehicle, or whether it's a 150-meter hop of a full SN5 type vehicle. Whatever developmental milestone, maybe something manufacturing thing that we haven't seen that's just going on in the tents. But perhaps once they get to a place where they're ready to start running again, it seems like they have all the pieces that they need to start putting things together and have 2 or 3 starships just ready to go. It's crazy, but it seems like for whatever reason right now they've paused and they're not doing final assembly on a lot of these different segments that we've seen. And it's curious, what are they waiting for to put all this stuff together? And what are they going to do with them? What are the parts in the tent? So is that going to be SN8? Is SN8 a test tank? Are they SN9 in the tent there? Is it parts for super heavy? So many questions, and I'm just eagerly awaiting, the Elon tweet that tells us what the heck is going on, because we get a lot of information that way, and it's nice because we do have a lot of questions, and I'm dying to know what the first Starship prototype will be to get the nose cone. And it's like we've talked about too. Technically, if you really want to get specific or pedantic or whatever you want to call it, these aren't really Starship prototypes. They are in name, but it doesn't have any of the aero surfaces. It doesn't have a nose cone. It's really a Starship, developmental test tank. It's all it is. It's 2 tanks and a place to put an engine on it. And you could call that a Starship. It's really just a fuel tank. So I'm excited for when we get nose cones on the test tanks, because I feel like at that point we really are looking at more of a bona fide Starship prototype. So that's exciting to me, and I wish I had a better answer than I don't know, but I genuinely don't know. Though it does seem like SN6 very well, has all the pieces it needs. It just isn't in its final form.
Hey, Jack, I'm going to need to stand up for just a second here, so I'm going to be AFK.
Okay, cool. I'll answer some more questions.
Yeah, y'all hold it down. I'll try not to break anything before I leave.
Just swing a baseball bat, close your eyes, just pretend it's like a piñata. Just do that. Nothing will go wrong, I promise.
Dude, candy does not come out of streaming computers. I'm just going to tell you that. Like, off the top of my head.
Chips do, though, right? Okay, bye. All right, let's see. I don't have a good answer for this one, but it's a good question, so I'm going to throw it up there. Isaac Salmon asks, Demo 2 question. Do you know how many people are actively monitoring Dragon Endeavour on a daily basis from SpaceX Mission Control? Is it their full mission control? Michael, do you have any...
Look, Jack, I just vented. Sorry to interrupt. The top vent on Starship.
Yep, it's doing little top vents. Look at that. Good. So we certainly appear to be moving into another testing cycle here, which is good news because it's getting late. I can stay up all night as long as something interesting is happening.
So I will progress the timeline back to nitrogen loading begins. And
Excellent.
we can go back to that question. Which I think was about
Nickel,
demo 2, right?
yeah, but okay, yeah, I'll get distracted if I do that. The demo 2 question. Do we know how many people are monitoring Dragon on a daily basis? Any thoughts on that?
Um, I mean, it's definitely not as many as when they first launch it to the space station, but and they also put it. It has like a sleep mode, so they put it into sleep mode most of the time when it's on station. So I'm not quite sure if there's anyone. I assume there's probably at least 1 or 2 people on console at all times. I would think at least, but it's definitely a small number of people that need to monitor it on a daily basis. And then every so often, I take it out of sleep mode and fully power it up to do some checkouts to make sure it's all okay. And there's probably a couple more people in mission control, but I don't think it would be that many on a daily
We
basis.
have a scrappy young correspondent with NSF by the name of Chris Bergen. Yeah, saying in our Discord that they showed on the Mission Control X on the ISS live stream the other day, and it was about 4 people. So about 4 people is the answer. That's a great answer. Thanks,
Perfect.
Chris. Let's
Okay.
see. Okay, and then really quick, Nickel SD, one of our members in chat, I think having a conversation with someone else, asked, didn't Musk say that SN8 would be a better version of SN7? And people are saying that he did say that. I don't remember seeing him say that. Do you remember seeing him specifically say that SN8 would be a different test tank, or are we speculating that SN8 would be a test tank?
He said there would be after SN7, there'd be another test tank with
Yeah,
better
I
welds.
remember that. He said
But
there'd be another
he
test
didn't
tank
say the word
soon.
SN8, so it could be like I guess it could technically be that SN8 is a full scale starship and then SN9 is a test tank again, but um I mean we've seen a thrust section and a thrust puck tank portion, so I think there's at least another full scale starship build in the works. Whether that's designated SN8 or not, I don't know. But I think Elon did hint that there would be a better test tank as well, but he never specified what number it would be.
Got it. Thanks. Let's see.
Kaya was asking about what modems you guys use to be able to stream from remote areas like Boca Chica. So DOS would be the perfect one to answer this question, but we're using I think 2 Nighthawk AT&T modems and then a pair of Verizon modems. I'm not exactly sure what they're called. I think it's like USB 6 or something. But we have redundancy. So we have 4 modems total, and we have 2 different cellular networks. So that kind of helps us bring a good picture from remote places. And if the cell phone signal varies from location to location, if it's better on Verizon in one place and AT&T on another, we have multiple modems on each network. So that helps improve the reliability of the stream.
Yeah, it's a really nifty technology, and I mean the service there is super minimal and super spotty. So the fact that we're able to pump out 1080p 60 frames a second is no small feat, and it takes a good amount of hardware all working together and some
Jim
smart people on the back end making sure it continues to all work together.
Yeah. Jim was asking if the SpaceX drone's at the top of the screen. No, I believe, at this point, that's a hot pixel in the camera sensor. It's gotten quite warm because we've been streaming for 2 hours now. We probably had the camera on for another hour and a half before that. So that's just an artifact in the camera. We thought it might have been a star originally, but it hasn't moved. So I don't think it's a star unless the Earth has stopped rotating. um, so it's probably a hot pixel on the camera, but it's definitely not the drone.
Yeah, and in the past when we've done these night streams and we've had those, we cycle the camera and they go away, or the next day we do a check and they're gone. So it's just the nature of using a DSLR in this fashion for long periods of time.
Don't know how to pronounce that name, but a question: does SpaceX still do aerial recordings as drone ship landings? Good question. I don't believe so. At least they have not published it. It was CRS-8 was the first drone ship landing, and we saw that amazing live view from a aircraft. I don't think they send aircraft out anymore, probably because it's expensive. They don't need the engineering data from that footage. So we have not seen a live view from a place other than the drone ship of a landing on a drone ship, with the exception of drone ship landings that were close to shore. We did see a couple of drone ship landings from Vandenberg and the Cape, where the drone ship was just offshore, so a camera from land could film the landing. But when the drone ship is far out at sea, we do not typically see aerial video, and I don't think that's something that is likely to return in the future, unfortunately. So it is kind of funny because when we saw the CRS landing, I know I thought that was going to be like normal, and I was pretty excited about that. But that was probably the best live footage of a drone ship landing that we will ever see, and that happened to be the first drone ship landing. At least for Falcon 9. Maybe for like Starship and Super Heavy, they'll do a drone ship landing, and for that, they'll send out the fancy equipment again. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that'd be really great because I mean, what a absolutely crazy view that was, and oh man, I think that was a WB-57 shooting it, but I'm not positive. But either way, let's get some chase planes out there for more drone ship landings because what an amazing view it is to see from that angle. And obviously, the feed doesn't drop as the rocket gets close to landing, and it's just quite a sight. So. We've got an active Starship on the pad. I mean, that thing it looks like it's breathing, it's venting, it's doing its thing. So, yep, there's
Yeah,
another vent right there.
I think we just have to have DOS step aside more often.
Yeah, we'll just have DOS announce that he's walking away, and then you control him by talking about technical things. Yeah, so the modems we use we got a Blinky 182, and we got a 4.9er Verizon Tango, and yeah, they work together using a piece of software I wrote. No, I'm making all this up.
What's going on here?
Oh, Dad's back. Run. Okay, so let's see what else we got here. Ashton Henderson asks, is SN5 going to do a 150-meter hop as well as a 2-kilometer hop? We don't know, but it sure seems likely. I would wager my money on 150-meter. I wouldn't probably bet on anything beyond that, but I honestly have no clue. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think they'll want a nose cone for anything much higher than 150 meters, but that's just a guess.
Yeah,
So
I agree
maybe
with
like
that.
maybe SN6 for a higher hop, but and I think 3 kilometers was the altitude that SpaceX submitted on a couple of SEC filings, and they called that the medium altitude hop test. So presumably, if they stick to their current plans, we'll see 150 meters, then maybe 3 kilometers, and then 20 kilometers or something like that. Um, maybe at some point to go above 20 kilometers before they go for an orbital attempt, but they will incrementally get higher with each test.
Have we done an A/B test lately?
No, but
I'm
I'm
not. I
doing
just
one right now, and I'm not seeing too much changing. We
yeah, I
did
don't see
see
any
the
change.
venting start up again from the Starship itself, so hopefully we'll see some frost soon.
Yeah, good
Here's
to check
another vent.
every now and then. Good to check. See, this is when we need the ambient audio.
Yeah, right.
Fill the silence.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna step away for a sec. I'll be right back.
All
It's
right.
like
Sounds
on
good.
like sports commentary where the commentators usually like shut up for certain periods of the game and just let the crowd audio take over. That's what we need.
Yeah. Right. Ah, yes. Good times. I think that's turned way down now, isn't it? Yeah. I was gonna try to pipe in the bluebird crickets chirping, like I did before, but you know how it is. You're just hanging out. Can you hear that, Michael?
No.
How about now?
Nope.
Okay, it's just like a really quiet cricket chirp noise with an occasional frog in there. Good times. Good times. Bluebirds! Somebody screams bluebirds in chat. What's the gray stripe a couple rings down? A couple people have asked about that in terms of why there are some of the rings that are a slightly different color. Michael, did we settle on that being the different type of stainless steel, even though SN5 is primarily the older stainless steel? Did we say that one ring is the newer type or a different type?
Yeah. I don't know exactly what the reason is, but all I can say is that it's not frost or condensation. It's
Right.
just a different colored ring. I don't know why.
Gotcha. So we are definitely aware of this is going to be a replay real quick, but we're definitely aware. Oh, a little vent happened there. Of this right here, we see this ring right there, and we think that it's a different type of stainless steel, but we know that it is not. It's been that way. It was that way when it got delivered, so we know that that ring is not a. That's not frost or anything right there that's forming. That is a different finish or material or something like that that we see right there. So excellent. We get that question quite a bit because it's pretty obvious there, and we're used to looking for the frost and stuff. So not too bad to answer that on occasion. That's for sure. Hey, Richard Holmquist, thank you for the new membership there. Appreciate you. Here is one from Russman about any word on whether SpaceX has plans to create their own liquid oxygen, nitrogen, etc., instead of shipping it in. I think the only thing we've heard on those lines is Elon talking about recondensing the methane. So instead of burning off the methane, trying to recondense as much as possible. I haven't heard anything about liquid oxygen or nitrogen or anything like that. Have we heard about that, Michael?
No, but it wouldn't surprise me if it happens at some point, given the large amount of those liquids that they're going to end up needing. But
Right.
it'll be interesting to see how they do handle supplying a super heavy with all the propellant that it needs, because just like a standard Falcon 9 launch, if you ever go to like Kennedy Space Center or Vandenberg, there are just trucks coming in all day long with like ahead of a launch with the liquid oxygen. So super heavy is going to be a monster. So it does seem like it would make sense to build your liquid oxygen factory right at the launch site as opposed to trying to truck it in from 100 miles away or something.
Yeah, gotcha. I can do this one real quick. Some people saying that there's something that looks like it may be a hole on the side. I don't believe that that's a hole. Of course, what we're looking at is right here. I think what we're seeing here is a light. We have a light that's down here. I'll draw it like it's a Kerbal light, and it's lighting up in this direction. And there's a COPV or some other sort of equipment sticking off the side, and that's just a shadow that we're seeing there from this light that's hitting a piece of equipment and then casting a shadow. That's not a big gaping hole in the side of SN5, just to allay those concerns. So back to live again. So this is back to live. There we go. Yes. Clean that up. If Michael, if I put a question up on the top of the interface, is that does it automatically go away after some amount of time, or it doesn't go away until you intentionally do it?
The chats will stay up until you're done, until you dismiss it.
Gotcha.
The,
Okay, so
the
you
super
you remove.
chats are different because you have to go through a lot of them faster.
Yeah, and a couple people are saying that may be the Tesla motor sticking off the side of the tank there. That's a good
Yeah.
point. That may be the Tesla motor that's sticking off there. Excellent, excellent, excellent. But again, we're just hanging out. We got the wavy grasses there and in front of the camera, and we've got Starship SN5 in the back. Continuing to sort of watch. There's still activity around the tank farm. Not seeing any venting from the flare/vent stack on the right-hand side. We don't expect to see any flames tonight. They're just using inert gas, LN2, with nitrogen, I guess, to cryo test this thing. We did see it get condensed earlier. We saw some moisture forming on the outside of it as if the thing had been filled up to some amount, but there's a little vent at the top. So something's still going on. Something's still going on because we just saw that top vent happen. So As always, we don't know the exact schedule. SpaceX doesn't say, okay, at this time, this is exactly when this is going to happen. We just sort of hang out with y'all and talk about what's going on. That's where we are right now.
A question from Jeff, wondering how far away the camera is. It's about 1.5, 1.6 miles, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
From this position. And we're aware of the little bits of grass that are in the foreground of the camera. Those were over in a bunch of cactus. We couldn't move out of the way. So there are a little bit of bitty bits of waving grass in the front. We know, we're aware of it. And we think that that's a stuck pixel on the camera sensor. There's like a star that hasn't moved in 2 hours. So we're aware of that as well. I actually, on the raw video, Michael, I actually see 4 or 5 of those.
Yeah.
So
Hey, I'm back.
welcome back, Jack. Some people just screamed frost, but my A/B test doesn't show anything obvious at this time.
Yeah, me either.
We're always sort of doing the back and forth test thing, so.
You know, you transferred to Eve wrong. You have to do a 2,000 meter or 2,000 delta V, whatever, meter a second delta V burn to capture.
I'm resolving a slight technical issue here.
That's fine. Let's see.
Yeah, we saw earlier, Jared Gutierrez, we saw earlier where there was some definite condensation that formed on the entire tank. We actually saw it go up and then come back down again. But right now, we do not see any difference. We saw it sort of drain again, and we've been watching it since then. So we don't see any differences right now. But we keep watching. We keep watching for it.
Yeah, it's like we talked about. It's the coolest paint ever to watch dry.
Yeah, the coolest paint ever to watch dry. Nice.
Some kind of weird steel paint, but hey, I'll watch it. You'll watch it. We got 1,600 people right now watching it.
We're all just hanging out.
It's a pretty great way to spend a night, honestly.
Yeah, it's a little bit later for me than it is for you. It's almost 2 a.m. here right now, so I am gonna get a little bit. I'm gonna be a little bit tired here in a bit, but
Okay, we have frost.
there is frost on the gray
On the
ring.
top of the chat
look at
pointed
that.
out, and I rewinded. On the top of the gray ring, there is frost.
Yep, look at that.
That is within the last 5 minutes, actually.
Yeah. I'm updating the timeline to frost forming for the first time this evening.
Look at that. Hey, I wish we had like a kind of like, you know what I mean? Oh, I hope we don't get copyright strike because I just made that, it's like, oh, Warner Brothers owns that sound effect. Too late.
Of course they do. Hey, look, y'all, here's what we're looking at. There's some venting happening from the top. This is a replay really quickly, okay? This is what we're looking at. So right here, right? That's going to be where you're going to look. And I'm going to jump. Whoa, that's a lot of mice sort of swarming the screen there. Let's clean that up really quickly. And pop. Wow, it's just looping back on itself. So here is before. This is like 13 minutes ago, right? And then we'll pop forward, and there you can see the frost form right here on this line right here. Watch the difference. There's
It went all pixel mode. We can't see DOS.
Huh?
It went all
Oh,
pixelated.
wow.
We can't see.
Wow, I wonder why it
looks
does that
cool.
sometimes. It's like not enough stuff is changing. That's curious.
It's like
Look.
there's a really good subreddit called Broken GIFs.
Yeah,
It looks just like that.
I am not actually sure why that happened. Hang on a second. Let me look.
Can we call that crazy mode?
Yeah, I'm gonna refresh that. I don't know why it does that. Whatever I'm doing with that does not like the way that I'm doing it. I think that I'm not
Bizarro mode.
very much. Let me see if it works this time. All right, let's see. So this is
There we go.
before.
Yep.
So there's no frost. Yeah, there's no frost. And then right there is the frost. There's the difference right there. It's a little bit rough if you can't find a spot where the camera doesn't jump. Like every now and then the camera jumps a little bit. All right, we'll continue to try and perfect that. But back to live. Back to live.
It looks like it's continuing to grow. That's good. I don't know if it's just me, but it definitely looks like it's getting higher. Virtual Super Soldier, thank you for the super chat. With all the troubles going on, these videos and live streams are relaxing and fun. Keep it up for my sanity. Thanks. We appreciate your support.
So we have Ben Craddock in our Discord saying T-20 to T-10 based on what little I can glean compared to the old flow. But the old flow is the old flow, and this is basically a completely new pad. So yeah, so maybe we'll see what's going on the next 10 to 20 minutes here, tanking wise. But it looks like we are into a tanking of the vehicle based on the frost growing there on the upper portion of the methane tank. So we're seeing liquid nitrogen flowing into the tanks on this ahead of the thrust simulator on the bottom pushing on it as part of the cryogenic pre-test. And like Michael just said, we have changed the timeline indicator on the top left there to frost forming for the first time tonight. Look at that. It's a momentous occasion.
Yep. Hey, we can grab this super chat real quick. Absinthe asked, "Hey, all, thank you for doing these streams, and thank you, Mary. Have you considered using an infrared camera to track when the tank loading starts? An infrared camera that is effective at this range is very many dollars.
Super expensive dollar amount.
Yes. Remember, we're not 10 feet away from the tank farm. We're 1.5 miles away from the tank farm. So getting it, I looked into it. And a infrared camera that can be effective at this range is thousands of dollars.
Yeah, you need like some kind of crazy gallium lens or something, right?
Yeah. So that's not. There's a lot of other improvements we can make before we can have infrared on this thing. Mikkel, we actually looked at that. Infrared doesn't work on shiny objects, but when you start to get frost or condensation form on the outside, it will definitely pick that up. So that is it's something that could happen, but a camera that's effective at 1.5 miles is really expensive. All right.
Yeah, I mean, it would help, despite it being a shiny object, it definitely would help for when we're like, is it condensation? Is it not? Is it condensation? Is it not? So, is it frost? We would be able to see that for sure.
Yeah.
But that's an expensive, way too expensive for something we could play with.
Brandon says at this range, I'd rather buy a house for the cost of a workable camera.
Yeah.
They're expensive. All right.
I'm excited. We have a tanking vehicle where we're watching 60 still images a second blasting into our eyeballs of a Starship prototype being tanked with liquid nitrogen. That's not something you see every day, and it's super cool, and I'm excited.
Yeah, I keep wanting to do the back and forth flip because that's really what makes it obvious that it's doing it.
Yeah, I just keep doing it here in my own browser window.
Yeah.
A, B, A. It's really a lot now. It's like
I know it's
I would say
moving
nearly
quickly.
halfway up that ring above the gray ring there. So
Yep.
we're well underway.
Yep.
Oh geez, I went back too far and it went all Datamashi again. It looks kind of cool, honestly.
It's DOS's abstract art for the evening.
And really, it just needs a little bit of like Daft Punk, like Starship.
It's encoder art.
Yeah, there you go. I like that kind of stuff. That's me though.
And so the wacky thing is I can't see it. To me, it still looks okay. And
Oh, really?
I have to look over and bring up another monitor that the server output is showing. That's the only time I can see it. So as I'm flipping back and forth, it looks perfectly good on my screen. Of course, because the server's then receiving it, re-encoding it. So anyways. It's just hanging out.
I'm gonna try something fun here.
Uh-oh.
Wilson Hermosilla in chat. They just popped in and they said, "I am new." Hello, Wilson. Can you hear me? Welcome. I'm glad that you have decided to join us, and I'm glad that you're new. What would you like to know? Let me answer your questions. Do you know what you're looking at? If you're new, what do you even think as you look at something like this? what are your thoughts? Why are you here? Tell me more, Wilson. Thank you for joining us.
What's
Anyways,
going on? I love it.
that's my experiment. I'll cease and desist there until and if we get a response.
Nice.
Anyways, if you are just joining us and maybe I'll help Wilson out. How about this is a Starship. This is a Starship test tank. SpaceX is building a new type of rocket with a new type of rocket engine using a new type of propellant, a new type of construction techniques. And the main part of a rocket is the propellant tanks and the rocket engine. So what do? You test the rocket engine and you test the propellant tank. So this is a test of the tanks. Thanks for joining us.
Yep.
This week on Texas Tank Watchers, Jack explains what Texas Tank Watchers is. It gets recursive.
Yeah, look at that. It's almost halfway up that other ring now, Jack. You see that?
Yeah, it's crawling up slowly and steadily.
It's crawling up.
Yeah, again, I'm sorry with all the technical jargon. Crawling up. It's very Byzantine. Not easy to understand. I'm sorry.
It's all that consternation that keeps appearing on the rocket. What? Oh, jeez. Oh, I got it. All right. Let's see if I break it. I got a really good A/B test here. Let's see if I break it here.
Okay. Uh-oh.
And I'll try to watch to see if it pixelates or not. All right, here we go.
You have to live up to your title of breaking things.
Yeah,
go for it.
I do. It's true. So this is another replay right here. Watch. So there's current.
Yep.
There's totally pixelated.
Yeah.
There's current. There's no frost. All right, that's a good one. Current. No frost. It pixelated a little bit there. I'm not sure why.
It's a sea of insanity on my screen.
Yeah, it looks good now. It looks like it's taken care of. The preview looks okay.
Okay, yeah, yep. There you go.
All right, it's
Wow.
right in this area, right? That's what
Yep.
we're flipping back and forth.
Yep.
Frosty. Whoa, totally broken with mice flying everywhere. Let's not go there. Anyways, back to the live view. This is the live view again right here.
Yeah, so you guys at home, you can also go back and forth on your own timeline there in YouTube.
Yes.
And you can check it out. It definitely it's crawling up, and even more than the condensation crawling up the rings there, that brighter patch, which I'm going to assume is full on frost.
Yeah, there's a really bright patch around the middle of that. It's like part of it is that original tank ring, I guess, right? That different tank ring. But then there's definitely a huge, or there's a big bright ring at the top of that, isn't there?
Yeah, and that looks like just like a really thick section of frost. I'm thinking it's definitely growing as I go back and forth, in time. It's increasing and growing in the same way that other section of condensation is. It just looks like a more dense patch of it. Well, awesome. I mean, I know I keep saying it, but I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm just reading through chat, seeing if there's anything else we missed. Hey, here's one. You want this one, Jack? Aaron Pickering with the super chat there. Thanks for that. But also says, what are your guys' background and experience? What got you into this? You want to go first?
Oh yeah, sure. So, first I think I said it earlier on the stream. I went to film school because I really enjoyed all the different cartoons I grew up with. The Simpsons, South Park, all the different Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network shows. And I thought cartoons are a really good way for people to be happy, and happiness is important. So I went to film school thinking I'd make cartoons, or I'd at least make content that people could enjoy at the end of the day, and that was a valuable thing to contribute to society. People need entertainment, and that led to me touching and learning a whole bunch of camera gear, editing equipment, all that stuff throughout college, and that, I still want to make some sort of cartoon or something someday. But the thing is I don't draw. So, yeah, so I picked up a camera and I started to make things that I could make, because I'm not a good artist. So that's how I picked up a camera. And picking up a camera and going to film school and all that, you naturally just start shooting things. And I had one teacher in particular. I think hopefully everybody has that experience with a teacher, at least one in their life, where that teacher sees something in them and, hey, keep pulling that string. So I had a photography and a lighting teacher who, it's a typical black and white college student photography portfolio. I don't think I really did anything groundbreaking in it, but for whatever reason, he really impressed on me. He was just like, keep taking photos, keep taking photos. You take good photos. So I did, and that feedback kind of led me on the long, winding road that I'm at today. I moved out to LA and I took a whole bunch of freelance work, and I still do in the film industry, between editing, working on set, on camera team. And so I'm kind of, doing what I want to do. It's awesome. I live out in Hollywood. I get to shoot and work on cool stuff that pays the bills. And then I get to work on spaceflight stuff whenever possible, which is even cooler. And yeah, that's where I'm at. I really appreciate everybody coming along for the ride. It's cool. So, how about you? I know you've grown your streaming capability over the last, what, like 6 years?
Yeah,
Is
almost
that
6 years now. Yep. I originally was going to be an aerospace engineer. So when I was a kid growing up, I had all the model airplanes around my room, like hanging from the ceiling on fishing line with thumbtacks, right? I
That's
bought my
awesome.
first model airplane. I used to play Little League Baseball down in Texas. And I don't know how, I must have been like 8 or 9 years old. And I found a $10 bill, like blowing down the baseball field. Like after there's nobody there. There's like a $10 bill on the ground. And I picked up this $10 bill and I bought a model. Jack, guess what my first airplane model was? Every museum has one of these. I want to see if you can guess.
Every museum has a model of one, or has one on
Has an actual one of these planes. Like they're everywhere.
Huh. Um, an F-16, an F-15? It's got to be one of those two, right?
Close, a little bit more oomph and a little bit more Vietnam, an F4. So
Oh, okay.
I bought a model of an F4 Phantom, like one of those little what was I forget the name of them. God, what was the testers or whatever? That was a glue or whatever
Yep.
you used.
Yep.
But I bought a model of an F4 Phantom and I painted it like the worst paint job ever because I'm like an 8-year-old kid. I get the little paint things and I painted it and I hung it from my ceiling on fishing line. That thing is still hanging from my ceiling at my mom's house in Texas, and that's 32 years later that thing's been hanging there.
That is epic.
Oh man, it's so dusty. I always wanted to be an aerospace engineer, and I had airplanes and one of those line planes that you'd go in a circle with a little gas motor and just every different thing, right? To make balsa models, fly rockets. And then I was going to college, and I'm like, oh, I want to be an aerospace engineer. And right at the time that I'm going to college, the whole .com thing happens, right?
Oh yeah.
Because I'm old. I'm 40 years old. So in the year 1999, that's when the .com stuff was starting up, and I'm going to college, and I'm like, wow, this computer stuff, this is really cool. I'm gonna do some computer stuff, and I ended up starting to study computer science instead of aerospace engineering. And I did computer science in school and did 15 years of computer consulting where I was doing technology solutions for companies. It was super boring stuff. It was CRM software.
Technology solutions sounds like straight up a line out of Office Space. I do technology solutions. Like,
I was a business solution architect. How's that sound?
that sounds like a series of buzzwords.
I did cut my teeth in the .com thing, but I got to the point where I really couldn't do that anymore. I couldn't keep up with the stress of traveling around for clients. I used to be on the road every Sunday. I'd be on a plane flying to a client site, and every Thursday or Friday I could come back home. So I lived in hotels for many years of my lives, and I was moving to a new city. I moved from Texas up here to Charlotte, North Carolina, where I am now. And in between, I was like, oh, well, what I'm going to do, I want a job I can work from home. Maybe I could train people how to do stuff from home, right? because I used to do software training as part of my technology work. We designed software, then I would train everybody how to use it, come up with training material.
That explains quite a lot.
Yeah.
Big vent.
What's
Big
up?
vent.
I
Look
know.
at that.
That is actually the upper bottom vent, right?
And a flare stack.
The flare stack's going too. I wonder if we'll have to do the A/B test here and see what the deal is. Jeez, that's
Well,
all
as
the
we've
vents are
been
going.
as we've been jawing, that frost has been creeping up further and further and further up. I wonder if maybe we're seeing an abort. This seems to be similar to me to previous abort flows that we've seen, even the previous one tonight, if that is what we saw earlier. And I
Yeah.
can see Ben Craddock typing in Discord. I'm excited for what he's about to say. Abort depress. He says abort depress sad face question mark. Well, you know what, Ben? Not sad face question mark, because we've got a nice long testing window. So, you know, it might be a little bit longer, but it'll just mean more action for us to jaw over and under.
It got super frosty at some point. I mean, I
It
think
did.
condensation, but it looks like there's actual ice on the side of it there.
Yes.
Then they got that big abort. Huh. Well, I said they got that big abort. I don't actually know that it's an abort. That's just a lot of venting occurring all at once, is what that is.
Yeah, we can definitely call it a giant vent because it clearly is that, and the flare stack is going, or the ice stack, or whatever you want to call it. And before we get too far off the beaten path,
I don't see.
I'm super glad you're.
frosting.
Wait, say what?
I don't see the bottom really frosting there. I see the top starting to frost up, but I don't see any real change around the bottom. Jump back and forth a lot and see. I don't see.
You know what that could be? I remember on previous streams talking about how that area, that thrust section area, is super dense. Like the metal itself is just super dense right there, so it is less likely to frost up. I'm not sure if that's accurate or not, but I remember discussing that on previous streams as to why we weren't seeing that area in particular frost.
Yeah. It's almost like there wasn't the same amount of frost on the bottom as there was on the top, you know? Weird.
Yeah, not at all.
Again, I'm just looking and trying to guess here, but the top was definitely a lot more frosty than anything I saw on the bottom, you know?
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't mean there's nothing in the bottom. It just means.
Dude, look at that venting.
I don't think we've ever seen. I don't think we've ever seen a double vent of that intensity before. I don't know if it could just be atmospheric conditions and the liquid nitrogen, gaseous nitrogen now, but
Yeah.
that is a seriously intense double vent. I mean, we never saw SN do anything of that volume. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, that's like a double barrel vent or something there.
The frost is climbing rapidly as it does this vent. I mean, I wonder if we're seeing like the evacuating a spray can of duster gets colder kind of situation.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing, Jack. It definitely looks like the frost.
It
going
is
up, but it doesn't mean it's getting. It's clearly they're emptying something. So I don't think.
Or I mean, Joe Kozak in chat says fast fill up.
Fast
maybe
fill up?
If it could be a fast fill.
Maybe. I'm
slightly wondering, like, if the top section is indeed super full, and the bottom section. Well, no, it looks like the bottom section is kind of condensation.
Yeah, right. It's like 4 rings up, maybe.
Yeah, if you go back, if you go back before the giant vent, maybe this is a fast fill.
It is.
Joe might be right. Good job, Joe.
So now there is obviously condensation or frost forming on the bottom as well. You see that?
Yeah. This could totally be a fast fill situation. And maybe the top 2 vents are open so that they can just pump liquid into there as rapidly as possible and avoid an overpressurization situation.
Yeah. Huh.
Everything's just cranked wide open, as Ben Craddock has so accurately observed in our Discord. Thanks, Ben, for making me sound a lot smarter.
I don't
Look
know.
at the leeward. Look at the leeward side of the bottom tank. It's a lot more condensed. It's a lot more sort of non-shiny looking on the left-hand side of that bottom tank, because we know that the wind is sort of blowing on the right-hand side of that tank, right? But the left-hand side in the lead, it's not getting that direct airflow on it. That looks super frosty all the way up all of a sudden.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think
Look at
it's
that.
probably from the venting, right? I don't see how
Yeah,
they
I
could
mean
possibly
that's.
be filling it that fast. That seems impossible.
I don't know. I mean, it's a new stand with big beefy boy pipes, which is a technical trade term.
Yeah, I mean, you get the lower temperature when the internal gas that you're venting is already at ambient temperature, right? So
I think it still even happen when the gas is cryogenic, right? Like that's just physics. Like thing coming out of constriction makes internal volume colder. I don't know. I'm at the edge of my knowledge here. Can you tell?
I don't know that you would expect to see that much of an effect if you were using a cryogenic liquid. Like if you have one of those duster things, right, and it's already at room temperature, and then you spray it a lot, lowering the pressure, that's where you get the drop in temperature on the thing. This is already dropped in temperature, and under pressure, and maybe they're depressurizing it, but I don't know that the physics works out that way. I would think that if that thing was already pressurized and then was being emptied, I don't think that it would freeze the entire outside like that. I don't know though. I don't know the answer to that.
This is awesome. I mean, this is super cool looking, and it being a new pad, essentially the first time all of this GSE and all of this equipment in the pad itself, this mount that they've newly built or rebuilt
Okay.
after the SN4 detonation.
We
You
still
know,
have
this is
brief pause of venting. Sorry, Jack.
yeah. It
Now
looks like the
only the
top that
top
top
tank
vent
is
is
empty.
closed.
Now they're both open. Interesting.
Oh wow, this could be the start of the cryo pressure test here.
Wait, no, now the top's venting again. What is going on here? Jeez, the bottom's venting. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong feed.
Ooh, now it's
This
stopped.
is awesome.
Oh, now the top's going again. What the heck? I'm so confused.
I'm just gonna say we have no idea what's going on, so we're just gonna have to watch and find out.
I don't know. I don't know. I sort of feel like I'm going to stick to my guns on. I don't know that there would be that much persistent. I'm going to say ice because it's a very white um, covering on the outside of the tank. If there wasn't a cryogenic liquid in there, I don't know that that would persist. You
Yeah.
know, it's hot out there in Texas. Remember, it's not. It's not like freezing temperatures. They're just like testing the vents right now. I don't know. Vent the
Yeah,
top
could
some.
be.
All right. Wow, that worked. Vent the bottom some. All right, we'll close the top. Open the bottom. Like what?
I mean, it makes sense. This is the first time, you know, the vehicle is on the pad and there's a whole bunch of liquid nitrogen in it. You might as well, you know, push all the buttons and flip all the switches and kick the tires and poke the, you know, do all the things.
Elon is back there hitting the confuse NASA spaceflight button.
Yeah, that's pretty hilarious. We always like to joke about someone being in the control room with an ear to the ground. Oh, we got both vents closed again.
Yeah. Not for long.
This week on Texas Tank Watchers, both vents closed and no condensation is seen. Bum, 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 bum.
They're doing smoke signals. Somebody's trying to communicate. I think they're trying to communicate.
It says T. Like if it was Morse code, it would
just
have
be a
just been
T.
like a letter. It says R. Is it a pirate? I don't know.
No, wait. I'm gonna scroll back. Hang on. I'm gonna try to read it real quick. Let me see. It's
Oh no.
N, then an E, then a V. That's an E, then an R. Right.
Uh-huh.
Space.
Yep.
G.
Okay, uh-huh.
I think the next one's an O.
Yeah, this is totally real. Go on.
N.
Uh-huh, I believe you.
That looks like an N again.
I'm trying not to laugh. What's it say?
All right, sorry. DMC takedowns. Well, it stopped, I guess.
Here we go. Cryo test. Cryo press. Look how frosty that methane tank is. I mean, it is completely solid. That could have been an extremely fast load of liquid nitrogen, which is super cool to see. I don't think we've seen anything like that yet.
I like this SPF. It's not drink your Ovaltine. It's spelled out subscribe to NASA Spaceflight.
There we go. So what we're looking at right now is appears to be a liquid nitrogen tanked, or is it appropriate to call it fueled? It's a Starship tank prototype with apparently 2 tanks full of liquid nitrogen. I'll say that. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, that top tank really does look like it's got liquid in it. The bottom tank, why
It's hard
the
to
one
say.
side isn't freezing? I think if there was cryogenic liquid touching the inside of that tank, I don't know that a little bit of airflow would keep it from condensating. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. At the same time, I feel like as we're watching it right now, it's the frost on it is getting more and more dense. Like
Yeah.
like it is. Go back. Even, well, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Maybe they're playing tricks on me. I don't know. It's extremely frosty. I would believe that wind could do that, but maybe not.
Yeah, well, the wind's blowing pretty well.
Especially if it's like a hot breeze from on land out towards sea, and
Yeah.
it's blowing warm at like a hair dryer against the side of that thing. I mean, it is no joke how hot it is out there. But it who's to say? I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, on the one side, like warmer air would maybe take the frost, keep the frost from forming, but warm air hitting one side would also provide additional moisture hitting that side where it could freeze again.
Yeah, true.
I don't know. I mean, look, I'm not a tank filling engineer or anything like that. I'm just
Wow.
And look at that
So-
weird shape on the top. It's like a wave.
Yeah, look at that.
Upper right-hand corner of the top tank. It's a very smooth line.
You know how on some of the, I don't even think recently, but on some of the Falcon 9 streams, we'll get like the internal LOX tank cam.
Yeah,
I would really love.
Yeah,
I would love to see.
or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I would love to see inside these tanks right now and just see what was going on. I wonder if they have cameras inside them.
They better.
Right, I would. Just a camera and a little LED light, just so they can see. Oh, verify visually, like, oh, it's half full, it's half empty, whatever. If they're optimists or pessimists, depending.
The frost levels are receding fairly quickly right now.
It
Yeah,
looks
look at that.
like they're melting. Do you see? It looks like it's running down the side.
Yeah.
This is super cool.
And then, of course, Red Eye Hopper is still over there with its 3 Cylon eyes. Elon really needs to make those scan back and forth like a Cylon.
I would pay good, cold, hard currency just to have that happen. Let's go fund me it. Let's do it now.
God,
This week on Texas Tank Watchers, Starhopper goes 150 meters high in the air. What?
Huh. I'm definitely going to say that it looks like it's running down the side there. Like things have melted, and then you've got rivulets of melted water or whatever. I guess it would
Concur.
Out of the atmosphere. So, cold hard currency. It's more like a Dalek than a than a Cylon. Now look at that. Am I crazy, or does frost seem to be extending down from the top?
I don't think you're crazy.
Was that there before?
Nope.
Nope.
What in tarnation is going on down there in Texas?
Could that just be a really dense portion of the skirt or like dome area that is transferring the? I don't know. I got straws. I'm grasping at them.
Look, it looks like it's all right. Whatever. I don't know. It just looks. I'm gonna do the A/B test. This is just wacky. I'm gonna go see. Let's see here. Let's get the old A/B test going.
Really quick, Benjamin Heinderink asks, "Where is the flame?" The flare stack is not active tonight. They're not using methane, so no flame. There is a flare stack, it's just not running. And there is methane on site, but flare stack again is not running tonight.
Yeah. Or if it's running, we thought that it had maybe liquid nitrogen coming out of it.
Yeah, correct. It's not running fiery, burny, hot thing. It's just potentially pumping liquid nitrogen out of it for whatever reason. Maybe because they're testing the new GSE, the newly repaired GSE and mount.
Yeah. I don't really want to switch away, but it's really obvious what we've sort of seen here. I'm just going to do this really quickly, okay? Let's switch over. This is a replay. All right, this is a replay. And watch the difference here. That's where it's at now. And this is just 6 minutes ago. So it literally looks like it's, I don't know that it's sliding down, but look at that. It's super obvious.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
It almost looks like there's a heated vent or something on the side that's keeping it from going. Let's just go back to live.
Oh, you know
view. I
what?
really
That's
don't miss
that's
that.
right where the Tesla motor is, right?
But why would the Tesla motor be generating that much heat?
I don't know, but electric motors put off heat, and Teslas have to have a big heat sink thing, don't they?
That is true.
So, I mean, electric motors put off heat, big heat sink necessary in Teslas. I think there might even be a heat exchanger or something next to the Tesla motor right there, if I'm not mistaken. So,
I mean, that would explain why we see what seems to be runoff
Yeah.
down the side of the tank, those vertical streaks that are coming
Yeah,
down from that melted section. If you
yeah, and I
had
believe,
force there,
go ahead.
huh?
I believe that is going to be that Tesla motor will be used for like thrust vector control and the engine, or hydraulics for aero surfaces. Although I don't think this will get aero surfaces, so it would presumably be for engine gimbling control.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. That's my hypothesis that I just came up with.
Yeah. Videman, we think that there's a Tesla battery pack on the top, but there's definitely something that looks a lot like a Tesla motor strapped to the side of this thing. We have pictures. So Aces, that's what we were thinking at first until we got that weird frost coming down from the top tank. So that's literally, we thought that it was a wind thing where the prevailing wind was hitting one side, but I don't know that I believe that anymore because of that frost line that's receded down from the bulkhead between the two tanks. If it was a wind thing, I wouldn't expect that to be the situation. It really does look more like a heat source on the side of the tank melting off that frost and then causing that runoff, the vertical lines running down. Huh. Again, y'all, we don't have the official answers on this. We are playing roadside rocket science here. We're watching, we're trying to guess what's going on based on what we know, based on what everybody else is talking about. Literally, I think that it's really interesting to go through and try to figure this out. And honestly, what was it? Didn't somebody ask how our speculation was, and Elon said our speculation was pretty close in a previous test? Wasn't that like a
Yeah,
tweet?
I think his exact words were mostly accurate.
Yeah, mostly accurate. So again, we're not official. We don't officially know what's going on, but Elon said previously we were mostly accurate. So that probably means this one we're so way off base it doesn't make any sense at all.
I almost forgot about that. He also said
Yeah.
the commentary was amusing or something like that. I think it was two very good compliments. That was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody said, "How accurate is the speculation?" I'm listening in, and they're also hilarious. And Elon replies, "Mostly accurate." So
Yeah.
there
There
you go.
Yeah.
But
So
I'm really thinking that the frost that formed is from the depressurization because it's a 9 diameter meter vehicle, which is very wide. Those tanks can hold a large volume of nitrogen, and I'm not sure they have the equipment out there to fill it up from almost empty to almost completely full within like 3 minutes. So,
yeah.
and also like the fact that we're seeing it defrost now without any venting kind of tells me that it's probably just warming up.
So
Yeah, that makes sense.
why is the frost still there if that's why it frosted up though?
Well, it's defrosting pretty quickly, isn't it?
I mean, it
Yeah.
is defrosting. I don't know. I don't know how
I think
quickly.
they just like drained it, and now it's defrosting.
Let me see here. Yeah,
Crazy Dave 911. There's no fire in the tank farm. That's just an optical illusion. There's a yellow light, and it makes the condensation look like a fire. It's not a fire.
Yeah, Michael, the frost clearly progressed from the bottom to the top. If it was due to depressurization, I would expect the frost to evenly form on the sides of it.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know.
I don't know. I again, y'all, we're just guessing. I think if it was depressurization, I feel like it would form on all the sides at once. But but the original progression of the frost was very much from the bottom to the top. So who knows? I mean, it's
kind
a
of
lot of fun to sit here and guess, you know?
I mean, like, sort of to Michael's point, maybe a little bit. Looking at the volume, just eyeing it, you know, and what do my eyes know? Pretty much nothing, but eyeing the volume of the tanks in the farm, do they have a tank with enough liquid nitrogen volume that they could have, you know, done that transfer that quickly? I don't think so.
I think the horizontal tanks are liquid nitrogen tanks, aren't they?
Okay, that makes sense.
I think
thought-
I could be correct on that.
No, I think the tank. I'm not positive. I believe the horizontal tank on the left is for liquid oxygen, and the one on the right is for methane. They're farther apart than they look from this perspective.
Right.
But I'm not positive, but I believe that's the case. If somebody in the chat has a different opinion, let me know. But I think those like vertical tanks in the back are probably nitrogen.
Yeah. Okay. You know, I want to go out there. What we need is like photos of all the markings on the tank, and we need to like make a map and then mark which tanks are which. So you know what I mean?
That'd
we
be,
used
it's honestly a really good idea.
We
Yeah.
used to have those back in the day when drones were allowed. People would fly drones over the tank, or not directly over the tanks, but like to the side.
Oh,
They were
geez.
not over the launch site, but they had an aerial perspective, and then people would draw maps of how all the pipes connect and whatnot. But obviously, drones are no longer allowed for good reason, so we do not have that kind of perspective anymore.
Yeah.
But
God.
if you look at the top left, you can see there's more defrosting.
Yep.
I really need to have like cake on hand whenever we do these streams, because the word frosting, it's just like, I need cake. I know that sounds stupid, but I just want cake now.
We're gonna need to Jack. We need to time lapse this. Like when we get the we can actually download the stream and time lapse it for a video. Even if Mary has been recording this entire time, we've got the
It's
stream.
gonna look, yeah, it's gonna look super cool.
Yeah. We're gonna have a little bit of like stabilization where the tank sort of jumps up and down a little bit, but
Trust me, that can be fixed.
yeah.
As they say, and everyone on set rolls their eyes and groans, fix it in post.
Fix it in post.
Fix it in post.
Yeah,
Seriously,
that'll
don't,
be
if you're ever on set, don't say that.
fix it in post.
Don't say that.
Well, it's like the programmer equivalent is just add a field to the database. Can't you just add a field to the database? Right, Michael? Jeez, can't you just add a field to the database? Like
That's hilarious.
One query.
we
Okay,
need
but
to
here's another argument. If they did fill it up all the way, or almost all the way with liquid nitrogen, first, that would be impressive at that diameter, and second, how did they now empty it quick enough to now have it
Yep.
almost completely defrost? It just,
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
I think
good point. Yeah.
honestly, I think you're right, Michael. I think what we saw was a rapid abort, or like depress.
I think they aborted. That's what my prediction is.
Cool.
Which is quite unfortunate because we've been up for quite a while watching this right now.
It was really cool though. It looked awesome.
Yeah, that was something to see at least.
The counterpoint
mean-
is if they could fill it that fast, they could also drain it that fast.
True.
Yeah.
Sort of like self-defeating prophecy. I don't know. Oh jeez.
I mean, I do like that we're open to you know, coming up with explanations for things, because that's a thing that it's informed speculation. We're not just pulling stuff out of nowhere. We're basing it off of stuff that we know for sure, and or stuff that we've seen in the past. And yeah, you know, if everyone just comes from a place of understanding that we're all just being a little bit of roadside rocket scientists here. We're all just trying to figure out what's going on the same, and just contributing our knowledge to everything, and chat contributes your data points, and it's the team effort here trying to figure out what's going on. Then every now and then we get a tweet with like all the information we could ever want. So
Yeah. Huh, there goes that flare stack. Look at that big plume from the flare stack again.
I wonder, let me take a look in our Discord and see if we have any indication timeline wise.
You know what? We can also guess at the contents of the flare stack because of the trajectory, right? So if it's colder than the ambient, or if it's warmer than the ambient, or if it's lighter, or if it's heavier, I need to look and see what direction nitrogen would go. But it's not going up at like a 45-degree angle. When the flare is lit and it's actually hot, the flare doesn't go straight sideways like that. It sort of goes up, you know?
Yeah,
And
that's really interesting. That's a very good point.
sometimes this thing is almost just billowing straight to the side. It's almost just like a slow wind, but it's not rising straight up. I just like talk. I don't care if I'm right or not. I just like talking through this stuff because you can always come up with
Yep.
new ideas. You can always learn stuff. The important thing is to admit I mean I don't know what the right answer here is, and I appreciate y'all letting me sort of just make stuff up. You know?
Yeah, in my house we have a thing where if you're chatting with someone or if you're recalling, a fact or something, you don't always want to be that person that's like, oh, let me take out my smartphone and Google it and make sure, double, triple share the thing I'm saying is
Yeah,
correct.
yeah,
But you don't want to represent, potentially false information. So we'll disclaim certain statements with the word half facts. We'll be like, by the way, half facts, I heard such and such and such. Don't take my word on it. Look it up yourself. But, half facts. And if
yeah.
you're really unsure, you can say quarter facts.
Quarter facts.
But
Nice.
quarter facts, I'm pretty sure you shouldn't drink grape juice because it'll make you grow a second nose. But look it up. I don't know. Quarter facts.
Look it up. And yeah, y'all, this was nitrogen that they were working with tonight. They were not doing anything with methane this evening. So we were sort of originally thinking they were doing, I'd call it an end-to-end test, where they're actually venting nitrogen out the flare stack as if it was methane that was needing to be detanked. That's what we were sort of guessing.
Yeah, no need to sweat the vapor or gas coming out of the flare there. It is something I don't think we've seen before, but it appears to just be inert nitrogen coming out of the flare, for lack of any other better way for them to vent out of the vehicle. I wonder, do you think, Das, that they would recycle the locks back into the farm and normally only send methane to the flare in the same way that right now they're only sending liquid nitrogen? Like,
I would
or,
think so. I mean, if I was them and it was feasible, I would try to run the liquid nitrogen through all the same stuff that the normal LOX and methane would be going through. You know, all the same lines and equipments and valves and
yeah,
quick disconnects and that sort of stuff. Wherever it was feasible to do that, I don't know that they have a methane tank that they filled with liquid nitrogen. There's probably a different tank and there's a valve somewhere that switches one way or the other.
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's almost completely like that lower tank is almost completely defrosted now. And that is a significant amount of vapor coming out of that flare.
Yep.
So it certainly looks like, and it's weird. It's so weird to keep calling it a flare, but that's what it is. It's a flare stack, even though it's
Yep.
not flaring right now. Yeah, it certainly looks like a detanking or a depress.
I'm going
Yeah,
back into.
if it is the flare stack being used to detank the vehicle, that would be coming from the methane tank, which right now has nitrogen, but during a real test it would have methane, and that's the tank on top of the vehicle, and that could be why that is the one part of the vehicle that is still frosty. Maybe just at the bottom of that tank, there's still a little bit of liquid nitrogen that they are draining out right now.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
So we first started to see the frost line begin in earnest. Let me see here. There it is right there. So like 43 minutes ago is when we first started to really see that frost line on the upper tank. And it sort of really slowly moved for 10 minutes. And then we got the big venting, and as soon as that big venting started, both tanks started to frost up really quickly, but both of them frosted from bottom to top, like moving up. I don't know if that actually means anything. And then when it started to melt, I'm just going to call it melt. It was weird because the top of the bottom tank frosted up again.
Yeah.
That's really weird to see. And then you see the top sort of receding and the bottom sort of receding.
Yep.
And let me see where it started to recede. I'm going to try to see how much time it was. See, it's still, God, that's so weird because the bottom, wow, I want to see this in like an animated GIF or something, like like a time lapse. We really need to download this and make a time lapse for tomorrow.
Yeah, I can do that, no problem.
Yeah. But it went from sort of positive frosting, that is about 17 minutes ago, and that's when we got it start to sort of fade away, I guess. And now it's almost completely unfrosted except for that top tank now. Anyways, we will definitely do some post-processing on this. We'll do some post-processing on this. Yeah, Knight, that's what we were talking about earlier. The GSE process being put through spaces. That's exactly what we've been saying this entire time. That's why we keep saying end-to-end tests, and we know that this has been a sort of reset, right? This is a bunch of new equipment in there. So that's exactly what we've been saying all evening. That the ground service equipment is probably being put through all of its paces, all of its tests. So huh.
They took a site that looked like Blade Runner and they made it even more Blade Runner-y. They really did.
Yeah. I mean, that the flare stack, that thing just keeps going.
It's just blasting. Like, I mean, they must really just be detanking that top methane tank, like Michael said. Just obviously not methane, liquid nitrogen, but wow.
Yeah. Gosh.
Yeah, that frost line, if you keep rewinding like 20 seconds, you can see it still continues to decrease.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if we're going to see the frost go away and the venting from the flare stack stop, and then what happens after that? There's a vent right now. What happens after this will be interesting. There's a couple of options. They could either recycle and try again, or what might be the most likely is that vehicles could return to the pad if they had a problem that they want to investigate. But this appears to be at least the second time so far today that they aborted. We did see earlier vehicles had to return to the pad once, and now it appears they have started detanking once again. So clearly some issues to get out of the system.
You know, when we were sort of saying, like the valves, the vents were opening, and it was like the top's spinning, now the bottom's spinning, now they're both spinning, now they're not spinning, now the top's spinning. It almost seemed like, I don't know if that was some automated process trying to maintain pressure, or if somebody was putting those valves through their paces. Like, will it freeze up? Will it become iced over? Will it be a problem if we have to duty cycle this thing off and on and off and on, and then we hold it for this long, and then can it open again? Is it going to freeze? And it almost looked like somebody was testing those valves to make sure they were going to keep opening and closing as they needed to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's totally possible that they are testing
It looked
as
like
they
no
planned.
rhyme and
We
reason.
don't know for sure what's happening. So.
Yep. Again, y'all, this we should have the big rampant speculation things on the screen. We're guessing, everybody's sort of guessing, but we're just watching what's happening here and trying to come up with our personal best guess. But this is very much, we're not in news reporting mode right now. We're in like roadside rocket science mode, spaceflight enthusiast mode. These are not facts that we're relaying to you that SpaceX has given us, right? And we always want to make that very clear, because way too many people, I see videos, I see live streams, and they act like they know what's going on, and they're just making stuff up, right? And so a lot of really bad information gets out there when somebody says, oh yeah, that's what's happening, and they're not honest about, well, they don't actually know if that's what's happening. I see that a lot. So
yeah, that's why we always try and disclaim what we're saying, when we're saying it, and we hope that everyone understands where we're coming from with this commentary. And we're not the thing is we're not trying to be inaccurate, but we're not reading from a manual, or we don't have the red phone, the red what is that? Oh no. I forgot the name of that system. Anyways, we don't have the red phone on the president's desk that we can call up, Elon with and say, "Hey Elon, did it work?" or what's happening? So
go knock on the door. Elon,
Yeah.
We get a
So
label for rampant speculation. You know something? We say rampant speculation sometimes, but that's like, oh, ITS is going to land on Mars in 2015. That's rampant speculation. That's just making stuff up.
yeah, when we say it, it's a little bit tongue in cheek, right?
Yeah.
Like it is rampant speculation, but it's rampant speculation. That's informed,
It's
and
like,
it's not
yeah.
just like you know, Yusaku Maezawa is gonna fly on Starship next year or something. That's just rampant speculation.
Yeah, we are trying to use our knowledge of physics and processes and stuff like that. And it's granted, my knowledge of these things is pretty limited. I know enough to probably make myself look like an idiot to people who actually know. But it's just interesting to sit here and hang out and guess about it, you know?
Yep. We got a good question from E Square, one of our members. They ask, what exactly does? Oh, they say trust simulator. I'm sure they meant thrust simulator. What does it do? Is it pushing on the vehicle? So we can see it right now. It is illuminated and it is under the plume and it is under the vehicle, at least part of it. You can see inside the launch mount there, there's those white, it almost looks like the tip of a triangle. It's a piece of the thrust simulator. It's like that's what transfers the load from the thrust simulator into the ground. But it's basically 3 hydraulic rams that represent 3 Raptors, if I'm not wrong. And they are connected to a sort of a cap that interfaces with the bottom dome of the vehicle. And those 3 hydraulic rams press on the bottom dome of the vehicle when it has cryogenic liquid in it, in this case, liquid nitrogen.
Mm-hmm.
And in doing so, they're able to basically simulate what it would be like if there was rocket engines lifting the entire thing up and the forces associated with that. And it's kind of like how they test to make sure the welds and everything on the vehicle are sound. So that is the purpose of the thrust simulator.
Gotcha.
Good question, E Square.
I'm looking for something here real quick.
Yeah, keep looking. Knight asks, can I get a commentator comment on the GSE possibly being put through its paces, seeing as they did a lot of work on it recently? Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier. But they definitely, I mean, they've been powering out, doing an insane amount of work in a very short period of time. Props to all those crew members out there getting that done so they can resume testing quickly. And this is basically as much of a test as SN5 or for SN5 tonight. This is similarly, I'm sure, a test of all the new GSE that they've installed, of the new launch mount that they've built. I'm not sure what we want to classify it as, either rebuilt or built. I would say built, since they kind of had it waiting in the wings, presumably as a second one, when the first one, original one, was destroyed. So yeah, GSE has had a lot of work done on it after the SN4 detonation, and it is being put through its paces right now, surely, as well as the vehicle itself.
Yep.
Which is super cool to see, and it lets us, every time we get a new set of tea leaves to read, it's interesting, and we get to compare it to the last set of tea leaves, further that simile or metaphor. Let's
Simile
see.
or metaphor.
Yeah, one of those, whatever one it is. Shut up.
Uses like or as. That's all I know about.
You just gave me flashbacks to like doing an SAT or something. I don't like it. I'm gonna have dreams tonight about waking up in my underwear in the middle of a standardized test. Let's see. Black Phoenix, $2 super chat. Good night, everyone. Good luck with SN5. Thanks so much, Black Phoenix. I hope you have a great night and you dream of Starship escapades on Mars. Be a good dream.
Nice.
As long as it's not like a Total Recall kind of situation, which is a good movie, but be a bad dream, man. But good movie. Let's see. Michael Biggs. The lights. We're talking about the red lights on Hopper, the turtle lights. Lights are mentioned 333 times in the executive summary of the impact statement SpaceX filed for Boca Chica. Turtles are mentioned 102 times. Well, that's news to me. That's super cool, though. I had no idea. I kind of want to read that environmental impact statement from SpaceX now. That's really interesting. I hope that's accurate, because I just said it on stream. Take that with a grain of salt, everybody. I mean, I haven't read that myself, but I mean, I believe it. And I would hope that they are, doing their due diligence to the wildlife out there. I know we joke about like the nitrogen cloud and all that stuff, but a lot of this is SpaceX owned land, and a lot of this land has been cleared. And that did look like, for SN4, for example, that did look like or not SN4, for SN7, that did look like a giant cloud of liquid nitrogen and gaseous nitrogen moving across there. A lot of that land is just a big dirt pad, and the telephoto lenses shorten the distance and all that. So I'm sure hope that SpaceX is being a good environmental steward, and surely they are. And seeing that they have that big environmental assessment, I'm gonna have to give that a read. It's really cool. Let's see, Aaron Luna, NASA spaceflight. In your honest opinion, what is a better estimate timeline for Starship development program? So I've talked about this a little bit before. Some of you guys that have watched other streams that I've been on will remember me saying Mars 2030. So I think boots on Mars 2030 is a logical guess. I would put money on humans being on Mars around 2030, either late 2030 or at some point. I don't know if you remember DOS. I think it was one on. It might have been one where you were on. Not sure. We even talked through the various Mars windows that there would be, and I think there was one in what? There's like one in 2026, 9 or something like that. I could totally see a crewed Starship leaving Earth in the 2029 window. Yeah, I don't know about the first crewed Starship. I would say probably like maybe 2026, just to be conservative. I would hope much sooner, but just being realistic, 2026 for first crewed Starship. Obviously, cargo Starship and tanker Starship and super heavy well before any kind of crewed Starship. So let's say first cargo Starship 2022, doing something useful, or maybe first orbital Starship 2021, first cargo Starship, with a super heavy doing something useful or demonstrating something potentially useful 2022, and then full on cargo Starship doing things, maybe say Starlink.
Yep.
And then 2024 you'd have like full on maybe like a lunar something, I don't know. So that's what I think. Some timeline along the would be prudent. Maybe a crewed flight sometime between 2024 and 2026. It also depends, and DOS, if you have any points you want to make, feel free to shut me up. Just kind of
no.
here, but
Jack, I was actually trying to see if there was a way for me to do the time lapse right now so we could play it back, but
nice.
Have some set up in advance to do that. It's possible for me to do. It's just not set up right now to do that.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah.
But yeah, what I was going to say is an interesting thing that might not be considered by everybody, or just in general, is one of the really huge benefits and unique things about Starship is it's largely being done on SpaceX's own dime at SpaceX's own facilities. That's part of the reason why they love these Texas facilities so much, is it's their own land in the middle of nowhere that they can do whatever they want with. They don't have a range. They don't have other rocket companies around them to fuss. They don't have anything they have to worry.
Yep.
And there is the potential. I'm not saying this is even something I thought about. This is just me spitballing here. There's the potential that because this isn't a NASA situation, and this isn't the type of situation where it's going to have as much scrutiny necessarily as Falcon 9, and I keep thinking of test flight, the era of test flights back in the day of like X planes and various test pilots. Test pilots. If you were a test pilot at Edwards Air Force Base, you knew you had a good number of friends that had just died because it was a dangerous job. So I'm not saying that's a good thing, but I wonder to what extent SpaceX will be able to want to be more aggressive with their testing campaign and with putting crew on Starship, given that it's not a NASA thing, given that it's not a government funded thing necessarily. I mean, I know there's the Starship or whatnot, but you get my point, right? Is Starship is kind of their own game. They can play by their own rules, and if they decide that they get to a point where they can and want and could get useful information and are confident enough to throw a human test pilot on a Starship early on in like 2022 or something, I mean, wow, wouldn't that be crazy?
I think that would be crazy. That's the right term, actually. I mean, I've often said that we're never going to have the days of steely-eyed missile men anymore, right? Where literally
I kind of miss it, honestly. I mean, I don't want people dying, but I like that sort of daring. There's something to be said for
there is, but it's just I don't think it's ever going to happen again
no.
because we
I
have so
agree.
many computers, we have so many simulations. There's no reason to put a human on those things anymore. You know what I mean? Until that thing's done so many successful flights and it's human rated, there's just no reason to do it. We're not literally strapping human beings to the top of intercontinental ballistic missiles anymore.
Yeah, yeah. And human life is really precious,
I
and
hate it.
it's not a
I'm not a
matter of
real boss, like
no, for real. And it's not a matter of, we're trying to stop the world from getting nuked into, a nuclear snowball. It's just a matter of we're trying to get to space fast. So, the stakes are maybe a little bit low, although I would argue no less important.
Yeah, this is an interesting statement here. Howard S. This is something I hadn't thought of before. They can't do it on U.S. soil unless NASA certified. I don't know if that's 100% accurate or not, but let's just roll with it. Unless
Okay.
somebody in the United States certifies it. Let's not say NASA, but
I
somebody.
think it would be FAA, right?
FAA, something like that. They'll need to launch from offshore to launch humans. Oh, there's some venting happening there too.
Look at that.
Do you
Do we
think, Jack, that there's any merit to potentially Elon wants to push this thing through, and so he's going to take it out to international waters and launch it, where FAA has no jurisdiction? I don't even know if it works that way, right?
I
'Cause
don't honestly I
follow
don't
the
think they would have to go that far. I don't know anything, not the FAA, but what I will say is I saw Stratolaunch.
yeah.
I saw Stratolaunch take its first flight, and if a vehicle that insane is clearable by the FAA to fly, then I feel like SpaceX should be able to work with the FAA to get whatever kind of one-off experimental type license to do whatever they want to do. I don't know how much now play for that. And again, I really do think that's part of the reason why we've seen repeated stories and statements about SpaceX going all in on Texas. I mean, part of the benefit of Texas is they don't have that NASA oversight, and they don't have other rocket companies with a launch pad a mile away complaining, "Oh, they keep blowing up tanks right next to us," or something like that. You know what I mean? It's all their own. So I don't know how much I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look at
It would be a very Elon move though. Like, I don't need a permit. I'm just gonna go out here into the Gulf and launch
Are
this.
we? Sorry, are we? We might be seeing some frost happening again. Let me rewind just like 30 seconds,
think it's
just
still going
barely
white, right?
on the right side near the methane common bulkhead.
Well, that's less than it was 30 seconds ago, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. It's going
I'm
down.
gonna do
Still
the A/B
retreating.
test again.
No, it's going down. I thought it was coming back. It's
Yeah, but to the point about the FAA, I mean, Rocket Lab launches from New Zealand, but they're an American launch company technically, so they still have an FAA launch license. So I don't think you can just like sort of, oh well, I'm in international waters. That means I don't need an FAA launch license. If you're an American company, you kind of need the license.
This is Elon Musk we're talking about. I mean, I remember stories about the Tesla factory opening without license, or when it wasn't supposed to. And Elon still he's like, whatever, I'm gonna make some cars. So I don't know. Elon would make a fantastic launch pirate. Can we call him a launch pirate?
that's a pretty cool title.
If anybody was gonna do it, I could see Elon doing something just completely off the wall like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for his like absolute hellbent motivation to get to Mars. I mean, I'm thankful for it. I'll say that. So
I'm popping
it's
back
the
and
only way
forth.
we're gonna.
It was
It's the only
melting,
way we're gonna get there.
melting. The stack is still going is the one weird thing, that the stack is still going there.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
weird.
see any evidence that it's gotten more frosty
There's
recently.
probably still a little bit of liquid nitrogen in that bulkhead. It kind of like curves inwards away from the sides of the tank.
Right.
So that might be why the flare stack is still venting, but we don't see much frost anymore.
Yep.
But presumably, if the flare stack is uh, letting out is draining that liquid nitrogen that we saw when we saw the frost recede on that top methane tank, Presume. Oh, look, vehicle going back to the pad.
Oh wow.
Ruh-roh. Vehicle going to the pad.
Okay.
So that
Interesting.
pretty much confirms that this vehicle is depressurized.
Detanked.
Yeah. Maybe just a little bit of residuals down on the bottom, like you were saying. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if what I was about to say until we saw the vehicle, if it is being that top methane tank draining out through that flare stack, we should see the flare stack stop in a couple of minutes or so. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense.
Yep.
So at this point, we wait to see if more cars head to the pad, if it gets opened. That would be an indication that testing is done for tonight. But we haven't seen that yet. Hopefully, this is the same as earlier when we saw some cars at the pad, do a couple checks, and then leave again, and testing continue. But so far, we don't know exactly quite what's going on. Just one vehicle hit the pad so far.
What's our plan for the stream? Because I know it's like 3 a.m. for DOS now. I don't know what the odds are that they do any additional testing, given they've had 2 aborts. It seems like they may. It seems like there's at least a good chance they will have to make some changes before they test again. But it's certainly not impossible that they test again. So we might have to think about what we want to do in terms of the stream.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, that's a good question.
I mean, if there's like a boom lift or something that starts to go up, that's like a super good indicator, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know where that vehicle has ended up. It was only one vehicle, so I mean, we can hang out and make up stuff for a little bit longer.
And I mean, like, Dots, if you want to go to bed at any time, you're free to sign off. It's only only midnight for me and Jack, so
Yeah.
we can probably we can probably hang in here for another couple hours or so.
Yeah. When's the window close local time, Michael?
7 a.m. So I don't think you're gonna want to stay up till then.
5 more hours, huh?
Yeah, so they certainly have time if they wanted to back to the pad, make some changes, to make another attempt. It's just I don't know. It depends on if the problem that they had is something that can be resolved in a timely manner, or if it's going to be a fix it tomorrow afternoon and then test again tomorrow evening type of deal. I'm not sure. There is a backup window, again from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Tonight, because technically it's now morning in Boca Chica, so July 1st at 7 p.m. is when the next window starts.
Yeah. Huh. That's like 14, 12, 16 hours from now, huh? Because it's July 1st, right? Right now?
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Ooh, Kerbal update.
A Kerbal update.
Yeah, didn't the Kerbal update come out today?
Oh, did they release that? The
think
the
so.
ESE, the 1.1?
I mean, I don't know if it's out right now, but I thought it was supposed to come out July 1st. So maybe at some point.
Yeah.
Today. Today proper.
Oh, we'll see.
Another car.
There goes another car. That's 2 cars approaching the pad.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh.
.10. Everyone's saying it in chat, saying yes. Aces Dawn. Everybody need all the new members. I'm gonna have to post some screenshots of some of my Kerbal animations Discord there, so you can see. It's kind of like my recurring people.
Yeah.
I'd make some really terrible animations.
And I see a couple people asking. We check in with Mary on occasion. She's doing fine. We have like a back channel communication things where she's not talking anymore, but she's doing fine out there. Thank y'all for asking.
It's sweet that everybody cares. Look at that. We've got sustained double venting on, which is interesting.
Yeah. I mean, just like everything's venting. The flare stack's going, both the vents are going, the sides going, the top's going, the side, the grass is venting. Like everything's venting now.
Yeah, I wish they had like some lasers or something. The rocket is fueled. The rocket is fueled.
All right. Anyways,
I'll keep doing it as long as
Only
you
90
do. That's the dangerous part. We'll get copyright struck. Dude.
Thank you. We can hang out anytime, Jack.
Yeah, we're buds.
Chat is like, these guys need to shut down the stream because they are going on a loop.
That's what you get with us 3 hours in. Just wait. Wait till it's 5 hours.
Thanks, Jeff. We appreciate you. Good, strong badish.
Aces says that they have to head to bed. Thank you so much for the support today. We appreciate
Yeah,
it
Aces.
immensely.
Jeez.
Seriously, thank you. It was awesome of you.
Work starts soon. Many thanks again for the coverage. Y'all rock. Thanks so much, Mary. Hope you grabbed a nap. Aces, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and being a part of this. I know we get a little bit of wacky sometimes, but I hope you enjoy it. Huh.
Car coming back.
Are there hang on, people are talking about dents. I want to just
Oh,
bring
look
up...
at that. Look at that. Yeah, it's denty. Look at that, right near the Tesla motor. Or is that, you see that?
Were those there before?
Oh.
We've seen this happen
No.
before too, where when they
In the last minute.
depressurize some new
Car coming
dents.
back, by the way.
No crumple, no crumple, no crumple, no crumple. It's growing.
You think it is?
Yes.
Jack, it really looks like it is.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is happening in the
Optical
last
illusion?
minute.
It really looks like it.
No.
It looks like it's getting bigger.
Hold up. Somebody drove the car up there and like, where did they turn around and just left?
Yeah,
I'm
at this point, I'm able to click around within the dent time, and I'm able to watch it grow. So it's growing.
Oh, dude. Okay, I'm gonna A/B. Well, no, I don't want to A/B test it. I don't want to go off the live feed. Yeah.
Not right now.
Yeah. That's what
Hopefully we don't have to worry about it, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I will say we have seen this happen before where small dents appear after they finish a test, and then when they start the next test, it just buffs out when it gets pressurized again.
Yeah.
I don't think it's getting any bigger now, so I think it's probably okay.
it's like an
So,
SR-71.
I know the last time we thought something was okay, it wasn't. So fingers crossed. But
That's cool. You can definitely just click back and forth a little bit and see the dent grow. Like it's obvious that dent is growing or was growing. Yep. I don't see it moving anymore.
I feel like it might even be getting smaller. I'm sorry, I'm sleepy. No, it's at least not getting bigger.
Yeah. It's like, whoop. Oh, wow, it's up the side too. It's not just there. There's another dent that appears up above it. That's so weird.
Super weird.
Anyways, I'm not switching off the live feed for now. I mean, we're just staying on the top vids.
Yeah, I wonder if that new steel would make a difference. Oh, there's another car, but so I think that's now back to pad clear if I've been counting correctly.
Yep. Yeah, two cars gone.
The side was caving in. I would clear the pad too.
Cars, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a situation in which I would nope. I would just nope right out of there.
Nope right out of there.
No thanks. Bye. Okay, see ya.
God, that's just like crazy behavior, you know?
Yeah, and for all we know, it's completely expected and not even to worry about. But
Yeah,
from
yeah.
our perspective, we're just like Pavlov's dogs over here. Like we've seen the crumple and heard the bell, and right now we're hearing the bell and we're waiting for the crumple. We're just conditioned.
Yeah. Huh.
Looks stable. I'm clicking around and not seeing it grow or anything.
Yeah, and dude, y'all, there was a dent that appeared above it, and then the dent went back, like it disappeared again.
I'm
It
trying to find it.
and then it like popped back out again.
What time is that at? Can you find it?
It's right here. If you do like a little bit of backwards right now, let me see.
I went back a minute, I don't see it. I went back 2 minutes, I don't see it. I went back 3 minutes, I don't see it.
Just 1 second here. Let me see if I can get you exactly how far back it is. Okay, so there. Okay, the dent started to form currently around 6 minutes and 15 seconds ago is when the big
Okay.
dent started to form. Jink. And then yep, right there. Oh, it just jumped in all of a sudden. Let's see, right around. Wow, it really doesn't tell you exactly where the timer is currently, does it?
No.
No.
Oh, okay, yeah, I do see it, right? Kind of like that gray stripe area, right?
Yep, right at the bottom of the
Okay,
gray
yeah.
stripe. It just goes
Look
boop.
at that.
And then if
Wow.
you go forward, it pops back out again.
Look at that.
Yeah. But the bottom vent, I think, is still there, right? Yeah, the bottom vent is still there. It's like it popped too much and it couldn't pop back out.
Watching it on 2x is a trip. Wow.
Nice. Oh, geez. Unless I had configured OBS to do something different, the only way to wait to get the video is to wait until YouTube finishes processing it, and then you can download it from the studio.
Yeah, no worries. I
But
can I can handle that tonight before I go to bed.
yeah. Otherwise, if this was something we could expect, I could have told the server to record it locally. Then I could have stopped the recording, and we could be working on that locally recorded file from the server while the stream was still live. Like I can do that, but we just hadn't thought about doing that. You know.
Lesson learned. That's why we do stuff like this for the cryo tests. And
Yeah.
that way, when the big hops and everything like that happen, we will have a finely oiled, tuned, whistled machine. I don't know. I got nothing.
Whatever the right terminology is, we'll have that.
Yeah, yeah. We'll have one of those things. That's good.
Yep. Yeah, the flare stack is just sort of dribbling right now, you know.
Yeah, I'm just going back and just watching this dent form over and over again. I mean, there was a significant, double vent, and then it happened, and then the double vent kind of chilled out, but remained.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just wondering if that's just a function of the thing having been super cold, or Mr. Showtime in chat is saying bad welding. It's really, really interesting.
Yeah, I don't know on that
The
one.
dent is along. Kevin Hammond in chat says the dent is along a joint between two different colored ring segments. The different kinds of steel are expanding, contracting at different rates as it changes temperature, causing the dent. My thoughts.
Interesting.
Thermal expansion.
That would also explain why the different colored steel above would work. Are those two now? It looks like they're sort of different colored, but I don't remember those two different colors from before. You know?
No.
Huh. Cool. Is the Robo Dog there watching?
Somebody says, no, never mind. Dogbot. We prefer on this channel. We prefer Dogbot.
Dogbot, nice.
I'm just making that up. I prefer Dogbot, but I have the luxury of right now saying, because I'm talking on this channel. Did the smarm come through in my voice?
The SMARM. Is that like a school marm?
I don't know. I'm gonna Google it.
Was that just behind my audio level monitor, or did the left-hand side of the tank farm just start to vent like crazy?
No, it's venting like crazy.
Was it
Look
doing
at
that
that.
a while ago? I have a
No.
like an audio level monitor that was in the way.
It's been doing that for a while.
It has? Okay, yeah. I just noticed it, but it's normally behind a big monitor over there.
I went back 10 minutes, and it's not. There's condensation around it, but it's not like what we're seeing right now.
Well, I mean, it's been doing it for the last 5 minutes at least.
Yeah, it's
Okay, yeah.
about 5 minutes, it looks like. Cool. Yeah, we could do split screen or something like that, but I want to make sure that we just leave the source video full screen while we watch this here, you know?
Yeah, just in case.
Yeah. Elon should put up a big digital pressure gauge. You know, like the countdown clock at KSC?
Oh
Elon
my
should put up a
god.
big pressure clock that
That's
just shows
amazing.
the internal pressure.
What an amazing idea. That's honestly hilarious and a really good idea.
Yeah.
But
Michael,
there's
why
only
don't Flare Stack, they're not doing methane tonight. So when the flare is going, that's because they're burning off extra methane. So they are not doing methane tonight. So that is actually, we believe, pretty darn sure at this point, so much has come out of it. But we believe that that is liquid, or this nitrogen coming out of the flare stack. And we were sort of speculating that they were doing an end-to-end test running the liquid nitrogen through all the same pipes and places and GSE and tanks and all that sort of stuff that the methane would run through to make sure that it was all shipshape.
Starship shape.
Starship shape, I like it. But there's no information on how much pressure, exactly how this test went. Again, we do not get a lot of official information from SpaceX on these, unless Elon pops out and tells us what a pressure was or how something went or something like that. So I imagine tomorrow the @Elon squad will be all over him like a rat on a Cheeto. Whenever he posts anything, 100 people are going to start asking him, "How did the pressure just go?" Like you see all those tweets pop through. So sometimes that's the only way we get information is because he gets literally dogpiled by people mentioning him. He can post like memes and then like 100 people will ask him unrelated questions, you know? That's how we get our data sometimes.
Get it get it where you can, I guess.
Yeah. And we were just
I'm
talking about
thankful we
that
have
yesterday.
that. It's nice that we have any information at all on what's going on. Many rocket companies are super duper secretive, so
Yep. I don't really see any new frosting near the thrust puck. Does anybody see any frosting down there? Near here was saying.
nope, it's a bland frostingless cake.
They might be talking about the condensation coming out.
Yeah, yeah. The
That's been
vapors coming
happening
off the bottom.
basically for the last several hours. It's not anything particularly new. It might just be that there's some ground support equipment lines under there or some. I mean, it's hard to see where those pipes go to base, but that's also where the thrust puck is. So there could be just the tanks getting cold or whatnot, but not anything changing in the last 10 minutes, I would say for sure.
Yeah.
Smarm. Behave in an irritating way in order to gain favor.
There you
Smooth down
go.
one's hair with oil or gel.
Wait, what? That's like an alternate explanation.
Yeah, there's just two wildly different verbs. And a noun also, which is just irritating behavior. Good word though.
Yeah, I'm looking back and forth. I don't see a leak or anything that looks like it caused that dent. Richard Nass was saying the dent appeared exactly when the far left tank sprang a leak in the lower part. The far left tank sprang a leak. I'm not seeing that here.
There's a person in chat named Ben Byer, and that's tripping me out.
No,
Stop having the same last name as me, Ben.
Jeez. Yeah, I don't see any weird venting around the time that popped out. Like, I like how we've went back to just tank farm venting.
Recycle.
It's just the tank farm venting.
Can you still hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Dent, honestly, dent's not a big deal. I mean, I don't know that it's, but it
Didn't it
doesn't
have a dent
seem
in it
like.
when it rolled out there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
probably still does.
it probably the dent just moved.
E Square says, "I wish we could hear what they." Yeah, to be a fly in the wall of that control,
Yeah,
especially
right.
on certain days, like the day the SN detonated, or the day that the SN3 crumple popped, or yeah, I'm sure there has been some very interesting phrases uttered in that room.
Thanks, Texas Tank Watchers. I look forward to the show.
Yeah, if we haven't secured that Twitter handle, we are not doing our job.
I mean, that's like straight up first use in commerce already. This live stream is documentation of first use in commerce. So, you know, we appreciate the super chats and the ads that rolled during this stream this evening. Nice. For sale. Slightly loose Starship from 0 miles on the clock. Slight dent. Only used for traveling from mid-bay to tank farm.
By a
D-tank.
That's great.
So even the flare stack that's not an actual flare tonight, even that thing is like spooled way down. I haven't seen
Yeah.
anything happening on the ship itself, and we're even getting a lot less vapor coming off the bottom, you know?
Yeah, sure enough. Huh. Wonder what they're about to get into next. I mean, we didn't see more vehicles go to the pad. We just saw vehicles come back. So the pad is clear again.
Was it like 3 vehicles went that way and 2 came back, or did we count them all? I didn't count them all.
I didn't count them all, but I thought it was 2 and 2. But I'm not positive.
Yeah. It's on Amazon. Use Starship.
Michael asks, "What's the purple light on Starhopper?" We don't know. I wish we did know. It looks like a black light, like just a straight up like party city black light.
Right now, it looks exactly like a black light. Like if you walked over there in your blue jeans, you'd see that you still have detergent in them.
Yeah, and all like the pizza stains and that.
Yeah. Huh. It's the rave cave below Hopper.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
Chaz,
tank on the left? Which tank? Scott Walters, which tank on the left? Split open at 2:06 a.m. A tank split open where?
probably
They're just talking about the
ground
vent.
support then.
I'm looking. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Not SN5 like the tank farm tank. The dent was already there though. Yeah, I don't know. The dent was already there long before that happened though. Yeah, the dent started to form at 2:05 on the clock. And there's no evidence of that extra little vent thing on the left-hand tank until 2:06, like almost a minute later. So why can't we use the tank farm materials on Starship? Jeez, why don't you just build a tank farm? Starship out of the tank. Look at all the other starships that are already sitting there.
I do really wish they could just like roll a starship out of one monolith sheet of steel, right? Like
One big continuous sheet of steel.
yeah, right. Like how cool would that be? I mean, it's kind of like what ULA does with Vulcan, right? They roll it out of several thick
Yeah, they
sheets
do. That big.
of friction stir welded like lithium aluminum compound. Like yeah, I don't know. It'd be nice. Yeah, why don't they just make it out of unicorn? Like yeah, there's reasons. I'm sure there's reasons. I'm not an engineer. But it would be cool, right?
Just stamp it out of two big sheets and weld them together real quick.
Yeah, just do it better. Just do it better, guys. Come on. It is exciting though to think, you know, as this build process and as their techniques progress, what the vehicle will look like. I mean, to think that it will continue to look as it does today, in perpetuity is just incorrect. I mean, whether it's going to be covered in tiles, ring segments are going to become taller, or you know what, how it will change, we don't know quite yet. But we do know it's not going to look like this forever.
Yeah. Hey, Alejandro Gonzalez, take it easy. Alejandro said, "I'm going to bed. Go nerds."
Good night. Go nerds.
Take it
Be
easy,
excellent to
Alejandro.
each other.
I don't know what this seems like. It's very much stabilized. Even the flare stack is barely even visible anymore. Oh.
Yeah, it's barely even puffing, dribbling, whatever you want.
Do we still have
Dribble.
Michael here? I'm not sure.
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, he's there. What do y'all think? Do we think that this is sort of coming up on the end of the testing for tonight? Do we think they're going to do more? What do y'all want to do?
Hard to say.
I mean, I'm awake, hanging out. Feel like call it a night. I think we're
going back. Just
Nope,
so we're
there's
talking
a car
about
going back. Yeah.
retro.
So
See what
clearly
happens.
we can go back to just that. And another car.
Yep.
Jade Y asks, "What's that strange light moving around the?" I believe what you're seeing is artifact, a plant, piece of grass, tall grass, waving in front, right between the light and the camera, right side.
Yeah, those cars are sort of going out there really slowly,
Yeah, they are.
creeping up on the pad.
Yeah, they are. Nathan Pater asks, "I only see one little dimple right. Is there more?" There was a second one above it in that green, or sorry, that gray stripe area.
Yeah,
That one went away.
out. Yeah.
Mark Holiday says, "Well, it didn't explode." My response to that is, yet.
Yet. Yeah, I don't know. The more I look at that one tank on the left-hand side, that definitely is a little bit weird. Like scrolling way back, there's no venting from there at any other part in the stream.
Lots of vehicles.
Yeah. That almost looks like people going to fish at the beach or something. Like through the entire rest of the stream, I mean, we've been live for almost 5 hours here, and I don't see any venting occurring from that position the entire rest of the stream. And there is that one point where sort of a weird looking little plume started to come out of a spot where we had never seen a plume come from before.
Huh. Yeah, chat. Kevin Hammond in chat saying 2:06 a.m. It appears the tank farm, upper left, Sprite Peak.
Yeah, the lower left, that very left-hand tank, one of the vertical tanks. But the dent was already there. The dent had formed before that, and then that. It almost looks like it's coming out in two directions. Oh, that's like when the car got the heck out of Dodge too. Huh.
Oh, interesting.
I'll pop over. I'm gonna go to the replay real quick, and I'll pop over and just see what we're looking at. Okay.
Okay.
Yep, that sounds good to me.
Sounds like a good idea. Yeah.
Have a look see here. Over that way. So this is a replay again, and I've brought it back. I want you to look right in this area here, right? So this, put a red circle here, a useful red circle, right in this area. You sort of see something sort of come out this way, and I think something comes out that
You
way.
lost us, pixelated.
Yeah. See, I don't understand why that happens. That doesn't make any sense. Let me see if I can jiggle it and fix it real quick. Like that still shows me broadcasting it. Let me see, did that? Okay, that sort of fixed it. Let me see. Let's see if it breaks again. But I'll have to send a message to the developer about this thing. So just a little bit beforehand here, that was not there. Right in this area, I'll just use the mouse. And just call it out. If you lose it, call it out because I don't know how I see it. So see, the dent is already here up in this area, but there's none of this weird venting coming from down here. And then as you go over here, so right there, you see that? So the dent was already in there for almost a minute, and then this weirdness happened. And at no other point in the video do we see any venting of that sort from that location. See that?
Yeah. Huh.
So I don't know that that would have been a rud or anything like that. I mean, it's just depressurizing, and we've seen dents before, but that is something that looked a little bit weird. Maybe that's a perfectly nominal valve that just opens up if it needs to, but it doesn't normally open up or something. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, we're bored, so we're talking about the tank farm. Yeah, so.
And I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I wonder if that car is leaving at a normal rate of speed.
Yeah, I mean, right there where that thing happened is where here's the dent. You can go back and forth and you can see the dent, right? So that's right where the dent is about to form. You see right here?
Yeah.
I've got the mouse, and then another dent is forming right here, right?
Yep.
And if you go forwards there, see it start to dent in? Both of those spots dent in right around there. But there's nothing weird at the tank farm down there. We're not seeing anything there. So it's not like something let go on the tank farm, then all of a sudden it started to collapse like a cold beer can or something. I don't think that that's exactly. Yeah, look, here is where that car nopes out of Dodge. So look, see, no weird venting. No, okay, there, double vent. It looks like a Mad Bull or something like that. And right after that happens, shortly after that happens, that car comes getting the heck out
Just
of there.
noping out of there. Yeah.
Look, here it comes right here. It's like nope. Wait, well, it was lighting up over there. That's the headlights of the car. Yeah. Nope. I mean, it's not exactly speeding away at some breakneck speed, though. It's
Yeah,
more
I mean,
of
it's hard to tell. I'm not sure if that's a normal rate of speed or not.
yeah.
It could very well be a normal rate of speed, but it's a significant distance. I mean, it's like 1.5 miles, 2 miles.
Yeah. I don't know. What did you think, Michael?
I was about to say, I think that's totally normal venting on the tank farm, but I'm not positive, but the fact that it looks like it's controlled, there's like 2 symmetrical vents, I don't know.
Yeah,
I would be
I agree
surprised.
with that. I scrolled back through the entire rest of the thing and I couldn't find any other point. This is coming from somewhere else. I couldn't find any other point in the feed where it had vented like that. You know, it actually looks like a smooth line there. I don't know. Anyways, again, y'all, rampant speculation. Back to the live. It's like we switched back to the live feed and it's not there anymore.
No.
But we're just looking at stuff. There's actually still some venting coming from that tank. I don't know if that top. There's like a top vent on that tank that opened at some point as well. I don't know if we normally see that either. Anyways, this is like getting down to, go over the tank farm with a magnifying glass, you know?
Yeah, a little bit.
But that was something that appeared, and it appeared pretty close to the time that the dent had just formed. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable to correlate those two events. We don't know if correlation equals causation, but
yeah.
but definitely correlated seemingly, or was it causation equals correlate? You know what? I don't remember.
Okay, we have an important update.
Yeah. Go.
Mary just reported that the road is open, or that there's nobody at the checkpoint at least, which means that testing is pretty much confirmed to be concluded for today.
Yeah. Once
So
they're
I
not
think it's
crewing
time
at
to wrap
point.
up.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Alrighty, well, it's been real.
It's been real. It's been real wacky tonight, honestly.
Yeah, we have fun. We have fun here. Thanks everyone for allowing us to get a little bit goofy here and there. And also, it occurs to me we never heard Michael's origin story. We did mine and yours. Maybe
Next time on Texas Tank Watchers.
yeah, there we go. Next time on Texas Tank Watchers, find out what makes Michael tick.
With special guest performance by Limousine. Wait, what? Anyways, folks, everybody watching from wherever you're watching, however long you've been watching, we appreciate you joining us here this evening, live from Boca Chica, Texas, watching what SpaceX was doing with this SN5 Starship prototype. Something happened. I mean, there are dents that formed, and there was an awful lot of nitrogen that got vented out. We saw some frost progress up the side of the vehicle. We saw some frost recede down the vehicle. We saw what we thought might be some melting lines running down the side. All sorts of wacky stuff happening down at Boca Chica tonight. But SN5 is still standing. I'm not sure if it has more dents or less dents than it had before it started this test. But I imagine that we will maybe or maybe not get some information on what happened and see what the next test is going to be. I think last we knew of, the next test window was opening like tonight at 7 p.m. But you know that SpaceX is going to go back and look at the data they got today and determine what they're going to do. They may cancel that road closure or whatever it was that was going on. So, anyways, wherever you're watching from, we appreciate you joining us here tonight. Your roadside rocket science commentary crew this evening was Jack Bayer. Jack, how are you doing?
Doing great.
Still
Great
hanging
night,
in
everyone. Yep. Be excellent to each other. Seriously, stay safe out.
So as always, Jack, thanks for holding on the fort and answering questions and providing insight and literally just hanging out with me. It's a lot of fun to be able to sit here and watch this stuff and hang out with you. That's for sure.
Yeah, sure enough. Thanks for handling all the stuff. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Good night.
We've also got Mary. Boca Chica gal was the one crewing the camera out there. So the reason we have these live feeds is because Mary shows up and sets them up and puts up with me trying to troubleshoot modems and cameras and solos and all sorts of stuff. So Mary is off comms right now, I believe. But we always, as always, y'all know what to do. We appreciate Mary being out there and setting all this stuff up for us so that we can bring you these live feeds. Y'all put some love in chat for Mary over there. Also, Michael Baylor was on the commentary crew this evening. Michael, are you on audio right now?
Yes, I am.
Alrighty. So thank you again for everything you do to make these streams possible and fantastic.
You are welcome, and we'll see what happens. Maybe another test tonight at 7 p.m. local time. So stay tuned on at NASASpaceflight, Chris Bergen's main Twitter account.
Yep.
And all of our accounts will keep you posted if there's going to be another attempt at a cryo-proof test tomorrow or tonight, I guess.
Yeah, tonight. At this point, I think it's tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
Lord.
lastly, I'm John Galloway. If you watch me over on Twitch, you may know me as DOS with the Kerbal Space Academy, but I'm the guy who never shuts up over here until he has to like get up and go to the bathroom, and then I come back and I talk some more. So, as always, we appreciate y'all hanging out here for us for the SpaceX test down at Boca Chica. For now, we will be signing off, and we will see you next time. Jack, I really hope that we are able to get the footage and get a cool time lapse or fast forward or something of that frost going all over the tank. So y'all be looking for that as one of the Boca Chica update videos, perhaps after we get some rest. Sound good?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna sit here and refresh the YouTube channel over and over until it's, and
Until it finishes processing.
yeah, hopefully it'll be. So I'll be. I mean, I've got enough coffee in the.
Alrighty. So, everyone, one last time, we're shutting it down here. We appreciate you wherever you are. All the support, whether you were just watching, whether you're liking and subscribing, ringing the bell, clicking the like button on the video, or doing a retweet, or all the financial support that came in so that we can afford to keep doing this stuff. Across the board, we appreciate y'all's support, and thank you very much for hanging out with us. I'm just going to go ahead and stop talking, and I will end the stream, as always, by saying later, nerds. Thanks again for joining us.
See ya.
Woo!
RCP chamber pressure looks good. Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantic. Flight downside, SE off. SE off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.